Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful lunch and had time explore the intriguing posters. We now move on to the second phase of our workshop, Achieving Peak Performance, Evidence-Based Strategies in Sports Nutrition and Fitness. Our upcoming sessions will provide deeper insights into the challenges and opportunities within this dynamic field. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our esteemed panel for the discussion on working with grassroots level Indian athletes, challenges and solutions. Joining us are Dr. Gitanjali Bhire, founder director of Dr. Gitanjali Bhire's Nutrition and Research LLP and founder secretary of the Association of Sports, Nutrition and Fitness Sciences, Pune, who will be moderating this much anticipated discussion. Joining her, we also have Dr. Abhirami, High Performance Analyst Nutrition from Sports Authority of India, Lucknow, Ms. Ashwini Mohandas, Performance Analyst Nutrition, Netaji Subhash National Institute of Sports, Sports Authority of India, Patiala, and Ms. Tuti, Nutrition Specialist from the Marketing Media Team at QUA Nutrition Clinics, Bengaluru. I request everyone to take in as many insights as you can from these accomplished experts. Dr. Abhirami and Ms. Ashwini will be joining us online for the discussion. Panelists, over to you.
Sairam, and a warm welcome to you all for this panel discussion. So, to make the sessions more practical and engaging, the panel discussion has been added. So, I I will be moderating the panel discussion and we will be asking the experts. We have three great nutritionists working in the field, and so we'll be discussing what is their role as a sports nutritionist in their academies or wherever they are working in private sector. So to begin with, I welcome Ashwini, Abhirami, and Stuti for the panel discussion. And initially, we will have a one question answer session with them and discussion, and then the participants can also intervene in between and ask their questions to the experts. So to begin with, welcome Abhirami and Ashwini. Both of you work in very esteemed institutions. So my first question is to Ashwini because I recently had been to NIS Patiala, which is the hub of sports in Punjab, and most of our national camps before any athlete goes for any international tournament, the camps will happen in these places. So I have a question for Ashwini. What is it like working at the Mecca of sports? Because it is something, it's a very different kind of center where everybody lives sport. Patiala is a city or a village place where everybody is into sports. So what is it like working in Patiala?
Thank you for that question, ma'am. Sairam all. So, as ma'am was telling, uh, Patiala is a huge hub of athletes, and being here was a great privilege for me. And here, we have more of the NCA athletes, that means national camp athletes of state level and national level, and also we have different camps of elite athletes who comes here. So it is great working with the grassroots level athletes to know and understand their intakes, and it is not as easy as compared to the elite athlete, that we have to have a constant monitoring of them, and we should also have a proper channeling of nutrition throughout their sessions. So the our center holds a strong sports science department, wherein we have all kind of departments like sports nutrition department, and we have sports biochemistry, sport anthropometry department, biomechanics, physiology. So we have all a multi collaborated system we have, so wherein we work together.
Oh, okay, Ashwini, we lost you in between. Can you just repeat the last part of it?
Yes, ma'am. So I was telling, like, I being a nutritionist in this huge center, we have to do the multi route. So we have to be in the field, we have to be there in the mess, we have to be there working collaborator with the chef for providing a good menu with a good without losing their nutritional values. So we are working coordinately and also working with the coaches with their training patterns, getting up to date what is their curriculum, and also interacting with the scientific staff is also a major thing wherein we have to work collaboratively. So working with grassroots level for the athletes is a very good experience, and also we are working to have them in a national, international, and also in the Olympic level.
Okay, thank you, Ashwini. And now to Abhirami. Abhirami, you have worked in Manipur earlier, and now you have moved to Lucknow. So, what is the difference that you experience in the athlete's temperament, as well as how is it different from working in Manipur and in Lucknow? What are the key teams that you are looking after in Lucknow?
Saram to all. Thank you, ma'am, for the question. Uh, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you, ma'am. So, working with the SAI, I should say before working regarding this infant, I just wanted to start with SAI. What is SAI? Like Sports Authority of India is under MIAS. So, we Sports Authority of India is just for the excelling of athletes, and we are the supporters. So, like sports science team, we are a team. We will be working 24 hours for the athletes progression. So what happens when I'm working with, I mean, Sai itself is having 10 regional centers. So in that, I am fortunate to work with the Northeastern Regional Center and the Middle Center, which is NSRC, Netaji Subhash Bose Center, Lucknow, NSRC Lucknow. So here I can see so much of different because when I was working in Imphal, my first posting was in Imphal, and I don't know their language, I should say. One was the first one is language barrier because our duty is not an equipment duty. As Ashwini was saying, we will be continuous on FOPs, field of visit. So we will be in FOP. So what happens? We need to talk to them. So there is a communication gap between a nutrition and the athlete because I don't know Manipur and they are little back for English as Hindi, they will understand, and I was not fluent in Hindi that time. And okay, I should not say, but there has some communication issues. And when it comes to the dietary issue also, uh, there out of I feel 240 with the 9 discipline of athletics. It's a very big center. I mean, Lucknow center is very big, not like Patiala. I mean, it's not a main center, but it is very big. So athletes are 9 discipline. Starting from a wushu and fencing, we'll be having till football also. So what happens? 99% of athletes are from Manipur. So their staple food will be I mean, whatever rice only. And other some hardly out of that 10 students will be from other states, one from Tamil Nadu and others from North India. So what happened? They will be meant for roti eating and all this. So here I need a challenge because for some people we can't do customization. This is for Imphal I'm saying. And when it compared to Imphal and Lucknow, the body composition of athletes is entirely different because there you can see the muscle mass is more. We used to say Pahadi. When it comes to Imphal and all, they are very strong. They're even for ladies we can see. In female athletes, we can see they will be having very nice muscle mass. They will be having a very skeletal muscle mass is high when it compared to Lucknow. And when it comes to Lucknow, here we have varieties of a bit, so many from the north side, from the west side, and we are having every athletes here in the Lucknow center with the 4 discipline. So here also, I mean, Imphal we are having the same thing. All the centers will be having on HPA nutrition or PA nutrition. We'll be having a HPA physiotherapy. We will be having a HPA biomechanics or PA biomechanics, anthropometry, and we have having all seven departments psychology. So what will happen, we will be having a group discussion. This was there in Imphal as well as in Lucknow also. Only thing, the students are more choosy in Lucknow when it compared to Imphal, I should say, because Imphal may they need only rice. They will never explore. They need only rice and whatever their staple food. When it compared to Lucknow, I'm having little bit free because they will be adapting South Indian food also. They will be adapting Northeast food also. So working in Lucknow is bit. I mean, experience-wise, it is bit easy, and I'm getting little bit explosion also. Exploring field also is very nice. See,
Okay,
thank
thank you, Abhirami. So, what the message from this discussion is that the challenge on the ground is working with athletes from different states and their dietary patterns. Like here, also in Anandpur, many of us come from different states, and probably initially there is lot of resistance to eat so much quantity of rice. So, similar problems are there. Also, they come working with athletes and especially food related, and food is something which everybody can complain. So so they may not complain so much about the other training part or the other aspects, but this is something I think Ashwini and Abhirami will agree with me that We are
Yes.
soundboards for them, and we listen to whatever problems the athletes have. So we keep on listening to their ye acha nahi, wo acha nahi hai, isko badlo, usko badlo. So that kind of thing we observe in the working with athletes. Now I have a question for Abhirami and Ashwini. What kind of assessments we have already discussed in the morning? um, how many times do you get the assessment done for athlete for body composition, or is it or they come for shorter duration in camp? So how often do you assess them for nutrition as well as the biochemical tests? How often do you do the testing?
Nice start.
Yes,
Yes.
Abhirami.
Ma'am, we will be having periodical assessment test. It is for yearly two times. One will be around May, and the next will be around November. Like it's according to the I mean, which is the month. So in these two times, we will be assessing their nutritional point of view, physiotherapy, their biochemical, their biomechanics, all these things we will be assessing in these two types. So with this reference, we will be comparing the athletes, we will be having the review meeting, and accordingly we will sort out. And this is one way, this is for two times. And we will be having national camps and athletic camps where outsiders, this is for the NCI athletes I'm saying, National Center of Excellence athletes I'm saying, they will be here only. I mean, they will be staying in the Saharan side. So when others are coming from national campus and athletic camps, we will be giving testing to them through Kalo India protocol. That will be another protocol. So we will be having different, I mean, most everything will be same for nutrition. For other departments, there will be slightly variation from NCOE athletes assessment as well as the Kalo India assessment. This is one thing. And when it come to assessment, if after assessment we are seeing some of the anthropometrical variation for some athletes are little high, some body mass like fat percentage is high, then we will be doing follow-up study, and we will be again taking the assessment, reassessment, and we will be continuing the this part of science.
Ashwini.
Yes, ma'am. So here we have first the initial nutrition assessment, as ma'am have explained in the first. So the basic nutrition assessment will be done, and then we will be having what are the biochemical parameters, as ma'am have discussed, like what are the biochemical parameters, what is their physiology parameters, and also anthropometric. And we combine these three of the reports, and then we make the diet plans. When it comes to diet plan, also we get referral from the sports medicine doctor if in case of any iron deficiency or vitamin D deficiency or any poor recovery parameters are high, so we get reference from the sports medicine doctor also. So with the reference and this reports, we combine the report and we give the diet plans. So diet plan counseling will be happen like every 1 week, depending on the progression of the athlete. That will be done in the department wise, but we also go to the mess to monitor them frequently. So every meals, like if it's a breakfast, lunch, dinner, so every meals we will be monitoring them, like how is their intake. So if an athlete during their monitoring, if they go outside, so we ask them to click picture. So if they are in the campus also, sometimes we ask them to see what is the exact thing what they are having, what we have recommended, and how much they are taking in. So we ask them to give the pictures in form, so that we can also document, and also we can compare the things what they are taking. Sometimes the athlete can't process, like okay, what I mean this and you took this. So there will be a communication gap also, what they thought might be different. So obviously we are standing there and asking them to take it. If we have put palak twice a day, twice a week, they won't take it. We have to be there in the mess to monitor them, whether they are taking it properly or not, or what they are taking, how much the quantity they are taking. So sometimes they tell that "Ha, palak I'm taking, but the amount will be very less, so that won't be meeting their requirements. So in that way we are doing continuously, and then we are talking once the report is ready. So we have dietcal software which we are using here. So in that we get a macronutrients and micronutrients. So these reports will be sent to each and the multidisciplinaries. So we will be sending to the coaches also, and we will be discussing with the biomechanics and also with the physiology department, because if intake is less, so some parameters will, their VO2 max or their potential will be less, so we can just correlate what is the lacking factor and why the athlete is not performing better. So we talk with the coaches also regular basis, and depending on the training, we also change, we modulate our diet plans depending 2 weeks. And the test is which was done previously, depending on the goal, we take approx a month, as per the anthropometry protocol. At least, I mean, 2 to 3 months should be there to get a evident change in anthropometry, also in the biomechanical parameters.
Thank you. We move on to Stuti now. So I want to ask her. She works in the private sector. So how do you assess the athletes? In the...
Sairam, everyone. So, when it comes to the assessment of athletes, we are privileged enough to have the clients who come into our clinic have the affordability and the capacity to buy expensive things. So the minimum that we do is definitely is the BIA, which ma'am very well explained in the morning, which is the bioelectrical impedance analysis, which gives you details into the body composition of the client or the athlete. And another most important thing is the biochemical parameters, their blood reports, because every athlete is different. It's not just because of the sport or their intensity, duration. It's also because nutrition is bio individual and your body is different. So that's another thing. Next thing that we assess is the dietary recall, what they've been doing till now, what they've been having till now, so that we just directly don't change everything about them, but give minor changes and make their diet perfect. You cannot change your diet in a day. So you need to know how this person have been eating throughout his life, first of all. And another extra affordable things that we have is the gene testing that is being done in my clinic, and the microbiome or the gut test that we do, which tells us about if this person is intolerant to some particular food, or is it, if there's a gene that's lacking due to which they're not able to, they don't have the digestive enzyme to digest a particular food item. Again, it's not possible for everyone to do it because it's again very expensive, but this is what we do here in my clinic.
Thank you. So I want to ask Stuti one more question. Do you interact with the coach or you interact only with the athlete? Because Ashwini and Abhirami are interacting with the coach and all the support staff, but in private clinics, I think, how do you get a opportunity to interact with the coach?
Yes, so they have their own coaches. They also have their own doctors. They also have their own psychologists. Everything is there. It's not our clinic that provides them, but yes, we do interact with them because it is extremely important to know the truth of how they're actually training. We don't know that, what they tell you on their face, if it's truth or not. So you have to have a connection with their psychologist, yeah, their strength and conditioning coach, their coach, everything. It's very important.
Okay, so what you understand from here is like it is very important to work with allied professionals. So nutritionist can never work in isolation. So you cannot expect that you get some client, you do the assessment and give a diet plan. It doesn't end there. You need to actually work along with the other allied professionals like a doctor, a physiotherapist plays a very important role, who is most likely to recommend athletes to the nutritionist or a strength and conditioning coach. The coaches, the medical experts, the psychologist also will have problems. And even when we work with athletes, sometimes it so happens that as a nutritionist, if they are not following your nutrition strategy, we have to recommend our athletes to the psychologist, because there may be some, like Abhirami has discussed in the morning about the reds, there could be some eating disorders or disordered eating or some other problems which need to be discussed. So a it's very very important to work with allied professionals. So now again I want to ask a few questions to all of you, Abhirami, Ashwini and Stuti. Indian diets are moving from the traditional regional diets to more sophisticated, more cosmopolitan, or you can say we have embraced everything. Like we will, it is common for us to have a Chinese meal or a pasta or a continental momos and everything. I think it's mouth watering for everybody post lunch. But all these things we have started eating already. So other Asian cuisines, Oriental cuisine. So I want to ask Abhirami and Ashwini, like, what do you think? Do the athletes they should stick to the Indian meal pattern, or they should try out all the new things? You also have chefs in your academies, so yes.
Yes. So when it comes to trying out the foreign diet, I would like to say yes, we should follow cooking because nowadays we are having foreign exposure also.
Hmm.
So if they will stick on to the Indian diet, you will not get it in China or anywhere else, right? If you stick on to aloo paratha, you will not get there. You will get a sushi or anything. So here, even when we are doing a meal plan also, we will maintain our course data on continental varieties also, because we from here itself we are making them to explore such kind of food. They can it will be useful for their foreign exposure to nahi hai to they are going for Olympics anywhere, so everywhere they should be used to such kind of diet. So from my side I feel to say like yes, it should be there should be a taking of absorbing of other diets also, foreign diets also. So that's all. And in when it come to center, our center, we are giving even pav bhaji also. We are giving even Maggie, not Maggie, sorry. What is that? Noodles, some kind of Chinese dishes also. So all this we are trying. Every month we will be trying some of the other things, as continental as well as Indian also.
Ashwini.
So, ma'am, here we are giving both the Indian continental foods for the athletes. So, in Patiala Center, also not only North Indian athletes, we have Northeast and also the South Tamilian people are also there from Tamil Nadu. So, so in the breakfast, if we see like we will be having multi cuisine, like we'll have one day paratha, then we'll be having one day dosa. So next day we'll be having some puris. So we have incorporated almost all the Indian breakfast, which they can they're going to the south part of the competition. So what the athlete is to tell that okay, we were happy that we had this, so that we could all when we went to the south part, we could at least have dosa because we know dosa. So that kind of getting used to the food is also one of the major thing, because when the athletes going from here to the international level, so they were not able to consume like in a meat or a chicken because they were not used to. So that will reduce their training at that time, and also that will reduce their performance time. And when we are seeing the menu, we have both Indian and continental. So when we are planning the menu itself, we give a portion of Indian breakfast at least weekly, three times, two times. You try to take the continental breakfast. That will help them to adapt when they are going international.
So
So we tell, counsel them, and we provide.
yes, Stuti, I want to move on to you because you are dealing with a different clientele who is already exposed to different kind of cuisine. So, do you make them eat Indian food?
Yes, surprisingly, most of them have actually been, they like Indian food. And okay, the people who live in the US is a different case, but mostly, most of our Indian clients are more inclined towards Indian food. And in my opinion, if it's Indian, continental, whatever food, always just eat it in balance. If you are eating pasta, have some fiber with it and add some protein to it. You can add paneer, soya. If you're non-veg, add your non-veg options. Whatever it is, just make it balance. Till it's balanced, it's all good for you guys.
Okay. So I have now do you in the centers, since the I want to say ki they come from different economic as well as social background, specifically in the sports. So, do you come across anybody who is saying that they want to become vegans, or they want to become keto diets, or do you come across anybody in the camps, or there's nothing like that?
I didn't
So
get the question.
when, yeah, any vegans or any keto diets. Is it
Are
ma'am?
they following any other kind of fat diets in the camps?
Okay.
Okay. So in Lucknow, I'm fortunate enough. I never came across even in Imphal also. There is no keto vegan diet and plateau diet also. But only I'm coming across with the fasting. Since it is Lucknow and here so many vegetarians and so many rituals like Monday Hanuman ke liye aisa daily one or the other will be there. So that day they will be having loading also and they will be in fasting also. This is one challenging. So I'm giving awareness to them like athletes के लिए fasting is not the thing which for giving to God. Athletes के लिए game very important. I'm saying to them, but still it is a religion thing. I should not oppose them. But still, in from my side, if they are in fasting, we will give them accordingly the diet. We will change their diet accordingly. We will count the people. And till now, fortunate enough, there is no vegan diets and there is no plateau diets from
For,
So,
this center.
yes.
for I have seen them in the boxing camp. So, but that was done under the nutritional guidelines by the nutritionist of the boxing and national camp. But I've seen the athletes taking specific. I need this much of the quantity. So there used to be like keto diet for certain period of time, sometimes a paleo diet. But when seeing in the route athletes or the NCOE athletes, no such specific diet they follow in. But then sometimes this fasting comes up, and that is for us to counsel them and to be in the track is little difficult because that is also their religional thing, so we can't touch because it's a sensitive issue.
Do you come across athletes who are fasting for Ramzan?
Yes,
Fasting for
Ramadan.
Ramzan, if they are fasting for Ramzan, do you come across athletes who have morning meals and evening and then whole day they will be fasting? So, have you come across athletes doing that, or they don't follow?
We have only one Muslim athlete, but he tells me like I can't be like fasting because I have the training load. So he consciously do that, and we are glad like okay, you understand your requirement. So
Okay.
in that terms, it was fine.
Here also,
Stuti, have you come
in
across?
Lucknow also.
Okay. Stuti, what are your thoughts on this adopting fad diets for athletes?
So I've seen a lot of people coming and they don't wait for us to tell them. They tell us, I want
What?
to do this diet. You do this diet at any cost. You tell me how to follow this. Even before we can tell them, no, it's not good for you, bad for you, they just want it. So, in such cases, you have to handle it with such care that you have to explain them that it is a good thing but might not work for you. So that is the strategy we use, but we see a lot of cases coming because there's sustainability. People are killing animals. I want to be vegan. So that happens a lot in my clinic.
Okay, so veganism they have adopted at large, and probably the film stars are
Even
promoting.
Virat Kohli is vegan. So
So, but what is the message to be given on grassroots level athletes who want to become vegan is that basically Virat Kohli has a staff to handle everything,
correct.
and somebody is going to cook and give it to him on the plate. But all other general population does not have all these facilities and also not the budget to consume all that. So I think for them we need to have a complete balanced meal instead of going for all these fat diets. Okay, and now again, do you use any technology in your, like, do you have apps developed for your clinic, and or how do you monitor your athletes?
So for each athlete, we do have our own company's interface in which we put their details, every single meal that they do, every single exercise or training that they do. So every dietitian has some athletes under her, so they monitor them on these softwares, and along with that, usually athletes who can afford, they like to wear smart devices like smart rings or smart watches to track themselves, which I think sometimes they get scared of using it too much, because a minimum fluctuations in their devices, they would panic. So if using this technology too often will also cause a lot of problem, is what I feel.
What is your thought on sleep tracking in athletes? Should they track their sleep or they should sleep peacefully?
If you are able to sleep peacefully, don't track it. If you are insomniac, or if you have a sleep problem, if you want to consult a sleep specialist, then definitely you would want to track how you actually are able to sleep.
Okay. Abhirami and Ashwini, uh, is every athlete using a heart rate monitor and training in those heart rate training zones?
Yes, ma'am, for heart rate monitoring, we will be having separate for sports science team, which is physiology team. They will be continuously doing this for weightlifters and other sports disciplines. And after the monitoring, they will be recording all the session and they will be discussing with the coaches. So
Same
if
here,
any
ma'am.
such variation,
Okay. So
We
in
have
my
this.
variation, they will
yeah, in my center, like where the place where I work, we usually do the heart rate monitoring for resting heart rates. So we ask them regularly to note their resting heart rates, and also we do the tracking for heart rate when they are on the go in the boats. So that helps us, and athletes also come up with their problems. Ki today the resting heart rate was very high, and if the resting heart rates are very high, it means there is an issue with the recovery. So then you can go back and track and see whether the hydration was proper, whether they had a proper meal after their intense training session, how intense the training was. So accordingly, this kind of trackings we do in our center. uh, and now we move on to the most important topic about sports, that is supplements. So what is your approach? Do you give supplements in your centers to the athletes, or they are buying on their own?
This is a very interesting and argumental subject. When it comes to NCOE, we are not allowed to give any supplements. It is SI policy. So we are not entertaining also to give any supplement. And but without our authorization, athletes may take supplements without our knowledge. So, and if we caught also, we are helpless because we have so much of restriction in this. To talk about this also, it is very much restrictive. But from my side, I should say supplement is, if your food is your supplement, if you are ready with, if you are okay with your food consumption, there is no need of any supplements. From my side, it's my opinion, because food itself is a supplement. So, क्योंकि once we are saying authorize giving of supplements, what will happen? But athletes will be they will just will skip the meals. That is what I feel, because once the supplement is adaptation time of supplement is almost 3 to 6 days, I feel. Whatever I'm seeing, whatever I have an experience. So what will happen here? They will not feel any satiation and they will not feel any hunger. And they'll just वो लोग तो खाना तो छोड़ते हैं. They will not concentrate on food. So they will think that once I will eat my protein, I am getting all protein. Once I eat my creatine enough, my BCCA will take care of me. I don't need any food. So this is a misconsumption. So what will happen? I always give an awareness, and this is one argument topic because I will get a burst of the coaches also, like why you are not allowing supplements. Okay, it's just a hot topic, I should say.
I think, do you agree?
What about Ashwini? I don't know.
Same, ma'am. Like supplements are not being suggested from our side. But if an athlete is coming and telling that they want to check or to know about any certain supplements, they get their supplements to us, and we will check in the certain platforms wherein we can check the how it is. If it is nada vada, it is any issues or any other particular sugar or any particular ingredient is not good for him or her, that time we'll just tell them that this is not good for you, so better avoid this supplement. So we do in that way. And also we have coaches who tells the athlete that without the guidelines of the nutrition you can't take the supplements. So if supplements comes in your hand, that will be you will be out of the game or anything, something which tells them to stop intake of the supplements. So in a way, athletes, we hope that they are telling us honestly, but then yeah, on the other side there
The
are
other
few.
picture may be actually different because,
Here, one more
especially
thing
when
I
the
need to
adult.
add, ma'am.
uh,
When they goes for national camps and federations, there they will be giving the
yes.
supplements. So they don't know above underage athletes will come and say, "Ma'am, उनको तो मिल रहा है, हमारे तो क्या problem है? हमको भी दे दो." So here my hands are tied. I can just only say what is the harmful effects. So there is no question in all these things.
Okay, so it's a very controversial and the hot topic on the field of in the field of sports. There are people who synonymous. It's considered to be that sports nutrition is only supplements, but the truth is different because food first approach is very important. So, what about you, Stuti, considering the supplements?
So supplement means, it by the name itself it means in addition to. So food obviously should be first, and when it comes to supplements, if you have deficiency, yes, if you have, see, most of the Indian athletes are deficient in vitamin D, are deficient in iron. So these two supplements, if you are deficient, please go to a doctor, he will prescribe it to you. We shouldn't be the one to prescribing supplements at all, but yes, if you are deficient, supplements should be taken. Otherwise, there's no point of just taking it for enhancing your performance.
Okay, now coming to Ashwini and Abhirami, have you come across any magic foods used by athletes in your centers? I think you got the question right. What are the magic foods that Indian athletes use? They feel even if you give anything and everything, they will stick to that magic food for performance.
So for me, if I would tell that beetroot, so the consumption for me, I find the beetroot or bananas will be good, but uh, from their perspective, they can't take it. So we just counsel them why you need to take it. So we have like if beetroot juice, the athletes won't take it. So we have to tell them okay, beetroot is have to consume. So in that way, we are just counseling. Otherwise, athletes have the magic food is they will tell that yeah, I need dal chawal and I'm comfortable with it and I don't want any other food.
What about you, Abhirami?
So when it come to magic food and like same as usual, beetroot. Here the chukandar they say beetroot is very
Chukundar,
well high
chakundar,
demand.
chakundar.
Chukandar they say it is high demand here like in salads, raw salad. And हमको वो भेजो. That's what we did. When हमारा iron content is, they are very well aware about their iron content. So they say हमको beetroot चाहिए. So that is one thing. And banana is one of the magic food, I should say, like night, subah, pre-training, they will have banana. And post-training, evening also, they will have in the pre-training session, they will have banana. That is one more. And we are started already with the millets. I'm giving there the awareness of millets, like how much our here is the diet is very big diet. I mean, even in Patiala also, NCOI diet and campus diet is very high. So what happens here, body will be tightened. Like you will be not having a complete washes of body. So I started incorporating some millets also, some sweet potato also, so that this kind of foods are working now, and athletes also aware about all these things. So that's all. Their magic food is banana and beetroot here. That's all.
Okay, I would like to add here, after working with so many athletes, so badam pani is the magic food for athletes. Do you agree with me?
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
it is a very big,
I should.
it's a practice among all the North Indian states where they make, they take 100 grams of badam or 100 pieces of badam. They'll put khaskhas, then sof, and that is their magic food, especially in the north states. That is, now you call it as almond milk, but that is the magic food many of the athletes use. Another magic food is ghee, because a lot of athletes use lot of ghee, and it is common to see one big katori of ghee in the mess, with and still they strive by it, especially wrestling, weightlifting. One big katori means this big it is, with filled with ghee, and they do have it. So
They
these are some of.
bring a big,
Huh?
I think a big
Ma'am,
box of ghee
Huh.
to make with
ma'am,
mix with the
Yes.
jaggery, and then rotis they will have
that's
churma
what.
Churma.
they call it.
Add on to
Churma.
this. Yeah, add on to this.
Churma.
That's what churma is there. Churma is for wrestlers and badam ka shake also.
Hmm.
This is compulsory for wrestlers.
So in addition
If
to
it is
what is given in the mess, they will have this. Okay.
Yes.
this one, yes,
Stuti, any magic foods
churma.
for city bred athletes?
I was going to say ghee, but ghee and coconut oil, but their way of taking it is different. They'll mix it in their black coffee early in the morning before workout, and they have it thinking it is going to, obviously it is going to enhance their performance, and ghee is said to increase focus and concentration, which will enhance the skill point of their.
And also the black coffee will help in fat burning.
Yes.
So they go into the fat burning zone if it is taken prior to the training. Okay. So another now very important question is that all of you are working on field with athletes, so I would like to skip that question. But what I want to ask you is, like, now that India is becoming a sporting nation, we have a lot of athletes coming in, we have athletes sitting here. What are the career opportunities that are there in the field of sports nutrition, apart from working with Sports Authority of India? Or can you just give us the options, because now the young budding nutritionists should know the kind of opportunities that are available, because earlier when did my MSc, it was all about clinical nutrition and then going to the hospital and doing a dietitian's job. But things have changed. So what are the current career opportunities that are there for nutritionists in sports nutrition specifically?
Okay.
Okay.
Can I start?
So in the career for sports nutrition, it's like SAI itself is one biggest organization, we should say, if it is central. And if you don't want to go central, we are having so many private institutes nowadays coming. Even not only nowadays, it's like JSW. We are having so many private institutes, Kopichand institutes and all, where there will be highly demand for the sports nutrition. So this is one way, and you can go for PhD from anywhere, PhD, sports nutrition, and you can go for higher studies, go for professor also, not an issue. Like what I would like to say is there are a number of opportunities nowadays, and even you can be a personal trainer. That also a one way. And we are having international hockey team, national hockey team. Everyone is calling for sports nutrition, and you can see wonderful salaries for them. That is one more thing, and nowhere else you will get a kind of salaries, I should say, when it is in sports. That's what from my side.
Yes, Ashwini.
So add on to that, Olympic Gold Quest is also one of the option. So like the
Yeah,
private sections wherein you can work with same as like a SAI organization, where you will get a team and you can travel with the athletes. So you can attend to the competitions. In here, there are thoda limitations, like going with a team and being there in the competition, but there you can just travel with the team and everything. And even the state wise recruitment for different regional centers will be there, like Mayas. And even if you see, there are Khelo India centers. So Khelo India centers also open for nutritionists. So and IIS, JSW, even Odisha government are right now have
Yes.
opened for a huge vacancies. So these are the small things, and even the corporate jobs are also calling for the nutritionist to there.
So there are, I think, ample opportunities. Stuti,
So
she's a marketing nutritionist, so she has to highlight on that.
okay, so sports nutrition, definitely you have a lot of government institutes, private institutes, but not just sports nutrition, any nutrition is a skill that you own. So it's always like sport is a skill, sports nutrition is also a skill. You yourself can any day start something of your own. You don't need anybody to help you in that. If you are capable enough, if you have got skills, and again, if you can market yourself better,
Correct.
brand yourself, you can start something of your own.
Yes, so I think that is something which is very, very important, which we actually shy away from, including me. We don't know how to market ourselves, because even if you have knowledge, you may not be able to do some live sessions or go to social media, which is one of the most important aspects of any career options nowadays. So I think we need to learn the tricks of the trade, and we need to put it and start early, so that you'll be able to there reach, and there are ample opportunities also online. Lot of opportunities are there, writing and all. So here it is, we have discussed almost all the questions that we have listed. Now we can have the students to ask our any questions, really anybody, to all four of us. Yes.
Good afternoon, madam. I am Srinivas, KS in Government Degree College, Physical Director. Some international gold medalists in athletes, they used to say that the Indians are taking only vegetarian food, and they are taking beef, pork, everything they used to take. They are giving some statements. Indians are lagging behind in sports and games because they are not taking the beef. They are not taking the pork. Is it true? That is the first question.
I'll give you an example here. To some extent, it is true. And I also had a weightlifting foreigner coach from Hungary, and he told me that you had Hanuman in your so how he was a great weightlifter and all that. So it's not, if you plan meals properly, you can meet the requirements, but there are challenges.
By taking vegetarian food.
Yeah, means at high performance level, probably yes. But other levels, it's okay to be a vegetarian, but you have other sources of, now meat substitutes are there, supplements are also there to add on meeting the requirements.
Okay. Second question, madam. Being a vegetarian, pure vegetarian,
Hmm.
in India, some communal disparities are there. Brahmins, so they won't take the non-veg. There are also some athletes are there. There, being a pure vegetarian, is it possible to achieve international standard? It means gold medal winning standards.
They are achieving, it's not that they are not achieving, but you have to plan their meals properly and carefully to meet the requirements. So if you do that, they will be able to achieve their requirements.
To my students, I used to tell that elephant is the
Vegetarian.
vegetarian. No?
Giraffe is also vegetarian.
Vegetarian. Strength
So-
means we used to tell elephant. More than nobody is having more than this elephant strength.
It is because of the quality of the proteins only that we are. So if the protein combination is done like we do mutual supplementation of rice and dal, and all, if protein quality is good, you can meet the requirements of protein, and you are able to. But there are many multiple factors also. So apart from food first, a food-based approach, training is also very important.
Training.
What kind of training you are giving, and are you giving enough time for recovery? You can't blame everything on food. There are so many multiple factors that are involved in achieving optimal performance in athletes.
On the earth, madam,
Hmm.
elephant, rhino, and hippo. The three animals having more strength. More strength means we can say that examples. Three
Correct.
animals. 3 animals vegetarian animals.
Yes, but one thing is there, though animals don't eat like humans, like we eat continuously. So, so our dietary strategies are very different. Animals eat only when they are hungry.
Saira, ma'am. Ma'am, what are some healthier yet tasty cheat meal options for athletes?
There's no concept of a cheat meal according to me. Eat whatever you want, but in moderation if you eat. And you should not feel guilty about it because the mind is working and it is impacting you. So there's nothing like a cheat meal. There are a lot of clients and parents who ask, Abhi, iska cheat meal, when is that cheat meal day? So I said, no, you eat whatever it is, but you can't have a big pizza or you have, don't eat excess of what you like. I think you can ask the others also.
See,
Same here,
I
ma'am.
agree to you, ma'am. Even we give pasta, we give noodles, but not a limit. Everything
Yes,
should be
so
a limit.
it's not every food will have some nutritional value. It's even if it's carbs, it is giving you nutrition. But like as Suti said, even pasta you can make it more healthier and nutritious. So that is why those who are into food technology major will know that how you can make the food more interesting, appealing, and nutritious.
Saira ma'am, this is regarding the magic food that you people discussed right now. Recently, I read about beetroot in a newspaper article where the amount of iron content in beetroot is around 2% when you take. So, but it was regarding a sports related article where it was mentioned that because of the nitrate content present in the beetroot, it is enhancing the oxygen absorption, which is very essential for the athlete. So, is that like, I just want to
So
get cleared with
yes,
the point.
beetroot is actually the source of nitrates only. So it has got it's a vasodilator and it helps to improve your oxygen supply to the working muscles. But the quantity of beetroot to give that nitrate requirement is very very high. So we have beetroot. Beetroot is one part of it, but it's not a very good rich source of iron. For you can't supplement it for iron, but for nitrates okay. But there are other sources which will give more nitrates, and when it is converted into a powdered form and added into a drink form, that will give you more nitrates as compared to the, because quantity wise you will have to eat large quantity to get that same recommended allowance for nitrates using the beetroot.
Sarah, ma'am. Ma'am, can you just tell about some basic guidelines like before pre-workout and pre-competition for athletes, ma'am?
We are doing that in the second part.
Okay.
We'll answer.
Yes.
Keto diet is a therapeutic diet for epilepsy, Alzheimer's, and all that. Ketogenic diet has to be done with proper monitoring where you measure your ketone levels every day after every meal, and it's a very structured and calculated diet. We calculate all the parameters of the individual, take into account the blood profile, and then actually do the keto plans. So under supervision it works well, but without supervision it
Yes,
can be dangerous.
because I am not for keto diet. When carbohydrates give good amount of energy, complex carbohydrate with fiber would help instead of giving lot of fats. And ketone bodies will have their own adverse effects. So, but lot of advertisement now people are talking about keto diets. That's why I wanted our children to know about.
No, there it can be a short term diet for people who want to lose weight, but for epilepsy and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's it's a good diet, but again under medical supervision.
Okay, thank you.
So I think everybody-
Ma'am, we have two more questions.
yeah.
Ma'am, one more question. If in case if athletes are going through any psychological disturbances, if after losing a game or a match, like again it will affect their food consumption rate. From nutritionist side, can we do something to restore their regular pattern of food consumption?
So actually, I suggest that always a nutritionist actually works like a psychologist for athletes. So we are in a double duty role of doing this. So definitely you can encourage them. Definitely a psychological role is always there. But that is for a short. So when we have psychologists on board, they will tell them the mental training techniques, how to reduce their stress and anxiety. All that is a part of their overall system. So those athletes who come to nutritionist will also be going to a psychologist on a general basis.
Saira ma'am, these days ergogenic aids are coming
We'll be
into the
discussing.
trend.
We'll discuss.
Saira ma'am, for weightlifters and fitness freaks, they'll be consuming more proteins. And when they consume more proteins, creatinine levels in their blood will be increasing, and it will be stress on kidneys. What ma'am's suggestion will be there, like to avoid it, or is there any alternate way?
See, the protein requirements are very high, and up to 3 to 4 grams of protein per kg of body weight is the tolerable amount of protein individuals can have. But individual variations will be there. There are some who are predisposed with some kind of a renal problem or a kidney problem or a liver problem. They will suffer from high protein intakes. There are no studies which say that if you have excess protein you are going to have all these high creatinine levels and all that. But if you are predisposed with some condition, it will be that impact will be seen. But it is extremely difficult to meet that 2 grams per kg of body weight protein also through the normal diet, because sometimes it becomes difficult for normal people to achieve that level. If anybody wants to add on, creatinine levels are high if they take high proteins.
So
Ma'am,
hydration is also
even
very
Yes,
when
hydration is also one of the.
hydration is important. And same like whatever ma'am said is true. Like there is no point here and like creatine level is high until and unless there is some renal issue because they are athletes. Well, how much of a protein they are having, like they will be having a specific limit. That much will be enough for their digestion. It is not a big problem for him.
It's
Anyway,
this,
any
if you are
athletes.
eating non-veg and also adding too much amount of protein and everything is there, you are drinking 2 liters of milk, then it will become excess amount of protein if you are eating excess. And if you are predisposed with that kind of condition, then you will have a problem. Otherwise, there is no problem.
Saira ma'am, first of all, thank you so much for this engaging discussion. We already discussed about how supplements are not recommended, as in for sports persons in your institutes, but we also get to see that supplements not just for proper professional sports persons, even normal
Population.
gym coaches are recommending certain kind of protein supplements to their clients. So any comments on that? That yeah.
I think this this can be one more topic for debate. Uh, so it is very common that trainers and coaches are giving supplements, but I think after nutrition analysis only you should be recommending any supplement product to our athletes. Very important.
Saira ma'am, my question is, if an athlete is diabetic, so their diet is completely like little different from the normal diet. So is that diet is sufficient for their athletic performance?
Here the technology has to be used. You have to use continuous glucose monitoring, and then you see how they are behaving and what foods you can recommend them. accordingly you have to plan their meals, and also take into account the training aspect of it, like what they should be consuming prior to their training, what will help them to sustain the glucose. There should not be glucose spikes. All that has to be monitored individually after taking proper tests. Anyone to add?
Ma'am, we have the last question now.
Okay.
Saira ma'am. Ma'am, we see these days in the market, we see like nootropic beverages and drinks or like mood enhancing drinks. So is it okay for the athletes to consume them? Will it actually increase their performance capability?
These kind of supplements are there in the market, but we should know how well regulated all these nootropics are, and whether they come into the doping aspect is important to check. There are certain cannabis and other supplements, yes, they can be taken, but we need to do a thorough check of that before it's recommended. Thank you, Abhirami and Ashwini, for joining for this wonderful session. I think we can go on. A lot of queries are there. But we now move on to the next session.
Thank you to all our panelists for such a stimulating discussion. Your practical insights into working with athletes at the grassroots level, coupled with your collective experience, have truly engaged and inspired us. We are deeply appreciative of the solutions you have provided to the challenges faced in this area. I also thank all the participants for their engaging questions. I now have the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Ms. Stuti Pahuja. Ms. Stuti completed her bachelor's in food and nutritional science from Sri Satya Sai Institute of Higher Learning in the year 2021. She then pursued her master's in sports nutrition from the National Institute of Nutrition with excellent academic credentials. Ms. Stuti has honed her expertise during her internship at Sports Authority of India, New Delhi, where she played a key role in standardizing over 200 recipes for Major Dhyan Chand National Stadium, conducting sweat rate and nutritional assessments for athletes, and creating targeted nutritional resources. She is currently a nutrition specialist at QUA Nutrition Clinics, Bengaluru. Ms. Stuti will now share her knowledge on methods and strategies to enhance health and fitness with exercise. I now invite Ms. Stuti Pahuja to take over.
I offer my most humble salutations at the Divine Lotus feet. Sairam, all my respected teachers and loving sisters. It's an honor to be here on the stage, and I am not a really senior most to you guys. I was here in your chairs 2 years ago, and right now I'm here with you all guys. So today I'll be talking about methods and strategies to enhance health and fitness with exercise. I will just be talking about the basics. I will not be giving you any methods and strategies. You do it yourself, because I feel it really depends on the athlete to athlete, and you be the judge, you be the nutritionist to decide which strategy works the best for which person. So, how many of you do you actually exercise every single day? Anyone? Anyone? And the others, you don't go for jogging every day? You jog every day? That's nice. I see a lot of people exercising every day. Why do you exercise? Okay. Any other reason for exercising? Okay. Flexibility, fitness, anything else? Stress relief. That's a nice answer. To be more active. How many of you exercise for fat loss? Okay. Quick clearance to that. Exercising for fat loss is a fad because fat loss is a byproduct of exercising. Why do you actually need to exercise? Let's see, why do you actually need to exercise? You need to exercise for that. Number one, you need to exercise to get skills, to become better, not just in your workplace, in your studies, in everything you do. For those skills, you need to exercise for that. It teaches you good amount of coordination. It teaches you amazing team building activity. It's like an amazing team building activity. So number one is skill. Number two is, what is that? That is power. For power. What is the difference between strength and power? Can anybody tell me? Anybody? Okay, so I will tell you. What is the difference between strength and power? Power is strength into speed. How quickly you pick something is determines your power. So why do you need to have a good power? If you're not an athlete, why do you guys need to have power? In which daily activity do you use power? Do you use power to eat food? No, right? To study? No, right? Climbing steps? Okay, okay, I can't hear anybody. One person. Washing clothes, you need power. Okay. Okay, I'll wait for you guys to go out of this campus and I'll see how many of you mop and sweep and how many of you actually wash from your hands. We'll know that. Okay, so you need power for all your activities, even for eating food. If you don't have power, will you be able to eat? No, right? Think about people who have deficiencies. They don't have power to do all of this. So you need power for that. Okay, what is that? Why do you need to exercise? What is that? This one. That was power, right? Power is strength into speed. What is this? That is your muscle. This is for your muscles. Anybody knows the muscle percentage here? Okay. I bet all of you have more fat percentage than muscle percentage. I'll tell you why. Because all of us Indians eat carbs and carbs and carbs and carbs. That's the only thing we eat. And we end up accumulating fat. So why do we need to exercise? To build muscle. Why is muscle required? Aesthetics. To look good. Or for what reasons? Where are you using it in daily basis? I don't use muscles. To carry bags. Okay. Where do you use muscles? Okay, muscles you are using, your heart also needs muscle. Everything in your body is a muscle. So you need to tone it, right? And we are not doing it. Are we? No, right? Okay, what is that? That's your endurance. What is endurance? Can anybody tell me what is endurance? So endurance is about for how long you can do an activity irrespective of the intensity of the activity. So that is endurance. Why do you need endurance? Hint. What heart? Hint is there. What heart? Okay. Okay. Healthy pulse rate. You need to breathe, right? Who pumps blood? Heart. What will help you increase your strength of the heart? Exercising. It'll continuous training of your heart will help you reduce your heart rate, right? Otherwise, if you exercise now, what will be your heart rate? Anybody? When you exercise. For you guys, it will go way above 150, don't worry. Okay, so that was the goals, like why people exercise. How do you achieve those goals? How do you achieve power? How do you achieve strength, your muscles, your endurance? That is your progressive load. Progressive load, progressive overload. So, what is progressive overload? Progressive overload is basically you do something to your body, you put your body in an excess amount of stress so that in turn your body is forced to adapt. You have to force yourself. You cannot always be in your comfort zone. You guys were in comfort zone before coming here, right? Are you feeling better after coming here? You trust me, you will feel much better when you go out that you graduated from this place because you adapted to the entire society so well. The similar way you have to put your body in that kind of adaptation. How do you do it? Number 1, you add weights, and you add weights to that extent that it's doable, but it is troublesome as well. So if today you are doing bicep curls with 10 kgs dumbbells and it is difficult for you, trust me, do it. Tomorrow you'll be able to do 15 kgs. So that is by adding more weight. You give your body that stress. Next is by increasing repetitions. Today you do two reps of the same exercise, tomorrow you do 3, then after a week you do 4. In a gradual increase, you put stress to your body, it gets adapt. Next is train more often. That means the frequency, how many times you work out. This week, as a beginner, you started with 3 days in a week. Next week, you work out 4 days a week. And progressively keep on increasing it. Your body will adapt to it. Next is introduce complexities. How many of you can do push-ups here? I cannot. We can't, right? So, you start with knee push-ups first to build that strength. How do you do? Knee push-up is basically you push up with your knee like this and then gradually increase. Someday you'll be able to do a push-up. So that is progressive overload. Now we will talk about energy systems. So nothing much to look at here. Anybody knows about energy systems? Anybody? Before I explain this. Okay, no clue. I will tell you guys. You have 3 energy systems. The first one is your ATP-PC. Number 2 is your lactic acid or glycolytic. Or number 3 is your aerobic. So what happens in ATP-PC? ATP-PC is, that is creatine phosphate. Phosphokinase, phosphate? Okay, I'm confused. You guys check that. So you remove ATP molecules from this CP. When do you do that? When you do intense exercise, heavy exercise, for the first 10 seconds. This will last only for 10 seconds. You can see the duration for maximum 30 seconds is gonna last. So it is going to give you maximum energy, but it will last for a very short bout. That is your ATP-PC. So give me an example. Who would use this energy system? Which exercise or which sprinters? Yes. Weightlifters. Yes, you guys are smart. So ATP PC is being used by sprinters, weightlifters. Next is your lactic acid system. So okay, that is anaerobic. Oxygen is not involved. Lactic acid, again, oxygen is not involved in this one, but carbohydrate is the major source that is used in these activities. So it is basically for anything between 30 seconds to over 10 minutes. Your activities that you do in this span is your carbohydrates is being used in this system. The next one is for your aerobic. For your aerobic, the long endurance marathon kind of exercises where oxygen is used, and here fuel is fat, where you use your aerobic system. Why do we need to know this? So if an athlete comes to you and he says hockey player, which out of these three categories is that player? Why? Why? Is it not, he is the athlete not kicking the ball with the stick? So is that
శశి హలో అది నేను ఇప్పుడు చూస్తాను అది అంతకి ఎన్ని సెట్ కావాలంటుంది ఇంజక్షన్ అక్కడ ఏది లేదు చెప్పు కానీ దానిలో కడాయి లేదు కదా పెద్ద కడాయి ఒకటి ఎక్కడ ఉండేది ఫుల్ కోటింగ్ పోయింది కదా అది అతాసి
okay guys, let's focus.
ఒకటే ఆరెంజ్ ఉంది కదా దానిలోది అది మంచిదే ఆ రెండు కడాయి మంచిదే అంటే అది యూస్ అవుతుంది సెరామిక్ కడాయిస్ కానీ అది
I think you can. Okay, so we were at hockey, guys. We were playing hockey. So when we hit the stick, sorry, ball with the stick, what happens? Which energy system does it come to? Is it aerobic? ATPPC, right? When they run in the game, yes, that's aerobic. It's a mixture of all three. When you hit the ball far away, that is ATPPC. When you pass it on to somebody else, could go to lactic acid, and when you run for a really long time, comes to aerobic. And guys, the thing is, no one system exists ever, and no one system uses either carbohydrate or fat as a fuel. It is always a mixture of both, but the thing is, which one it uses predominantly matters. So this one uses carbs predominantly, and this one uses fat predominantly. Moving on to the muscle fibers and what happens to the muscle fibers. You have three types of muscle fibers. You have slow twitch muscle fibers, and you have fast twitch muscle fibers, which is the type 1 is the slow twitch, and these are the fast twitch muscle fibers. Why do you need slow and fast muscle? Okay, now you know what happens, right, in energy system. You tell me which energy system based on common sense would use slow twitch and which would use fast twitch. Okay guys, done. Simple. You guys already know it. Why am I here? So slow twitch is the first type, which is aerobic, and these two are anaerobic. So again, which fuel they would use? Wait, which one will use slow twitch? Which fuel will it use? Slow is fat, fast is carbs. Yes, you guys already know it. Okay, now You guys, dear sisters, do you need to have muscles? Why? I just answered, no? For movements. So we need muscles. Only males should train them, go to the gym, or we should also go to the gym. Not just gym, any kind of workout. We should do, right? So we should also have muscles. Otherwise, if we don't train our muscles, tone our muscles, the muscles will degenerate. I am not sure if degeneration is the right word, but it will slow down. And you will turn out to be an old person. You will age quickly. Would you want to age quickly? No, right? So you need to train your muscles. And now, for us females, we don't want that bulk showing here, but we want muscles. Now, what do? What strategy should we follow so that we also get muscles, but we don't have that aesthetic muscle because it does not look good for us? Tell me. So we will also do resistance exercises. We will also lift heavy weights, but for less number of repetitions. If we weight if we lift the weight for higher number of repetitions, the neurons will send signals to our muscles and it will bulk up. But if you do it for less number of repetitions with higher weight, your body will adapt to it and give you strength with the same number of muscles, but the bulk will not show up. So that is one strategy we use. But for people who want muscle hypertrophy, which is the bulking of the cells, the muscle cells, what happens in their system? So this is the muscle cell, sarcomere. It's a muscle cell, right? You have actin and myosin 2 proteins. Do you guys know how muscle contraction occurs? Which theory is that? Okay, it's a theory called sliding filament theory. Look it up on the internet, read about it. Not going into that, but it is about muscle contraction. That's how muscle contraction occurs. Now, if you want to bulk up, we go back to slide number 2, which is progressive overload. When you put your body into a position where you put stress on the body and you have micro tears, small tears, because your muscle is breaking down when you're working out, you stress it up, your body will have a neurotransmitter connection. It's going to release neurons into the neurotransmitters onto this sarcomere cell. Is it too scientific? Are you able to understand? So when you put that neurotransmitters onto the cell, the muscle, the myosin. Now myosin is a protein which looks like a balloon. Now imagine there is a bouquet of balloons and they are not arranged in a very bouquetish manner. They are arranged kahin pe bhi, kaise bhi, with strings just floating anywhere, not of the same size. If you compare that to your myosin, it's basically like when you put your neurotransmitters onto it, myosin will thicken. It will increase the synthesis of protein myosin and your muscle will become thick. So when you talk about hypertrophy, it's mostly about the thickness of myosin. The myosin protein becomes thick and that's why you get all the hypertrophy. Moving on to lactate. How many of you hate biochemistry? Only backbenchers? What about front benchers? Oh, okay, they're learning it this semester. Okay. Have you ever thought your glycolysis is going to ever help you out in future? Where? Yes group. I can see no there. Yes group is where? Okay. Is she the topper of the class? That's exactly what I'm trying to explain. Welcome back to Biochemistry 101. And what happens is, in case of when you have anaerobic, when you don't have enough oxygen, which is our lactate, we're talking about, the glucose will break down into, again, your favorite pyruvate molecules. But pyruvate plus NADH, what is lactate doing? Lactate is not bad. We say lactate is going to drown me, it's going to give me swelling, it's going to hurt, burn. But it's actually good for you because it is removing acidity from your muscles. And when it removes acidity, it acts as a buffer agent. Your muscles will continue to work with full efficiency, full strength. Yes, it'll pain for some time until you get adapted. You have to take the first step first. So we will talk after that. So pyruvate plus NADH will become NAD plus your lactate, and lactate will act as a buffer. And again, lactate and VO2 max, they have a different story. We can talk about it some other day, but let's stick to exercise today. Okay, we've already answered this, right? Is muscle training only for men? No. I just asked you, do you guys need muscle training or not? You said yes, right? So muscle training is for women as well, and because muscle tissue, it actually burns more calories. So all of you trying to lose weight, if you have more muscle mass, it will burn more calories and it will help you to stay fit. And again, it will help you with improved bone density. And women, especially after the menopause age, have been seen to have osteoporosis a lot. So for them, bone health, for that, muscle training becomes really, really important. Moving on to reduced injury risk. Obviously, if you learn something, if you get acquired to something, and if you drink a lot of water, your injury risk is going to be very, very less. What about people of old age? Do you think they should do muscle training in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s? They could, but they should start safely. Okay. Okay, so this is one misconception that all of us have, that elders should not do muscle training. It is a myth. The fact is, all the elders should do some or the other amount of resistance exercises. Otherwise, most of the falls, most of the injuries, 20% of deaths in our country happen because of falls. Because elder people fall and they are gone. So, what is the solution to that? They need to train their muscles to to have the strength even in their older ages, so that they don't have to be dependent on anybody and they can function better on their own selves. Okay, now I have a quick question. Forget my PPT, it's done. Question for you guys. Which one burns more calories? 10 minutes walk. Okay, let's not say 10 minutes walk. Walking or high intensity interval training? Which one will burn more fat? Walking or high intensity interval training? Why? Because you read it in some newspaper article. Okay. So we said walking is going to burn more fat, right? But in order to burn good number of calories, how long will you have to walk? We didn't talk about that. How many calories will you burn if you walk for half an hour? Okay. I am not sure about the number. You guys go and let me know. But one thing I'm sure of, Even if you walk for an hour, walk for 50 minutes, you cannot beat the amount of calories you are going to burn if you do an high intensity interval training exercise. I'll tell you why. Walking is good, great, it's burning fat, but cardio or high intensity training is burning carbs, but it burns more calories in less number of time. Walking is burning fat, but is going to burn less number of calories in a long time. So walking is good, cardio is good. What you need to do is do both. Don't stick to anything. Don't stick to one exercise. Do every kind of exercise. Do resistance training, do cardio, do high intensity interval training, and walk. Everything. Now next question is, how much is the minimum amount of minimum time that you should work out in a week? In minutes, how many minutes is the minimum minutes? You guys are smart. That comes down to 21 minutes every day. So all the busy folks, even you can work out for just 21 minutes every day and you will be good to go. If you are really busy, if you can work out, please work out for 30 to 40 minutes every day for at least 3 to 4 times in a week. Now let's talk about our last component. Has nothing to do with my presentation. Okay, second last. Just remembered one more thing. So all of you sit straight. Good, you guys are obedient. Now with your knees at 90 degrees angle to the ground, lift your toes but not your heels. Do it 10 times. What if I tell you this will help you regulate your blood sugar levels? Will you believe me? Don't believe me, believe research. So research says this is soleus push-ups, and soleus muscle is predominantly present somewhere in your calf. And if you sit on your chair every day and you're not working out at all, this is the bare minimum you can do for at least 10 to 15 minutes every day. Now research says this showed significant results when it was done for 4.5 hours every day. Not together for 4.5 hours, but in intervals. But us being lazy human beings, we'll not do it for 4.5 hours, but at least whenever you get time, this is one thing you can do. Number two that all of you can do is breathe. Breathing can help you lose fat, and you will not believe me. If you don't, please go and read some research papers. Breathing will actually help you lose fat, and all of us are breathing wrong. We are breathing from our belly and not from our chest. We just are breathing superficially, and one thing that all of us need to do is just breathe 4 times in, 4 times hold, 4 times out, and 4 times hold. Just do it every day. Breathe from your chest, and you would lead a really good and happy life. And this is where I end my presentation. Thank you all. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Madam, you're telling about all the exercise for maintaining the strength, endurance, power. But what about yoga, madam? Is it recommendable?
It is recommended. Any kind of exercise, yoga, CrossFit, Pilates, do anything, but just do it.
Lastly, you're telling no, 4, 4, 4. That
That is
comes
the breathe.
that
That
comes
is
in
pranayam.
pranayama. It comes in the
Yes.
pranayama.
Yes. That is correct.
And also you are telling that not like men, women they have to maintain the for a good posture. You are telling some exercise, no, but lower repetitions. But instead of that one, no, yoga is the good option, no.
Yoga again, yes.
Uh,
Yoga is a brilliant option, increases flexibilities and increases your focus. Breathing improves. Definitely a good option. I agree, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tuti, for that informative and engaging presentation. Your strategies and insights are truly practical and will be of great benefit to all of us in enhancing health and fitness through exercise. Your clear explanations, along with the use of visuals, made the session not only informative but also captivating. We truly appreciate how interactive it was, keeping us all involved throughout. It was a valuable learning experience for everyone. I now invite Dr. M. Meera and Dr. Tapasya Anand to present the certificate and memento to Ms. Tuti. Before we dive into this session, I want to take a moment to emphasize just how crucial it is for athletes and fitness enthusiasts alike to make smart choices when it comes to supplements. The world of sports nutrition is flooded with a wide variety of products, all claiming to enhance performance, speed up recovery, or boost endurance. But not all supplements are created equal, and navigating the fine print on labels can make a huge difference between enhancing your performance or risking your health and sometimes even your career. With that said, I'm excited to invite Dr. Gitanjali Bhire to take us through this engaging and practical session on smart supplement choices, label reading, and doping prevention. Dr. Gitanjali, I request you to take the session forward.
I think Stuti has already given you some exercise. I would like all of you to stand up because sitting is the new smoking. So I think all of you can stretch yourself, just relax a bit, and then we move on to somebody is there to guide you. Anybody can volunteer and help do some kind of stretching exercises, and you can do on your own. Stuti has actually set the stage right because she has encouraged you all to exercise, and we have been discussing just before the lunch that why lifts are installed in the hostel, because that will reduce the physical activity of the young girls. So I think you should take the stairs and increase your physical activity. Okay, we'll start with this. So So I'm going to keep this topic little brief because we have had a lot of discussion on supplements and all that. I will touch on the most important aspects of this um, in this particular session: smart supplement choices and label reading, why it is important for you to read labels of supplements, and the information about the supplements is huge, and it cannot be covered in just one session. Lot of sessions will be required. Even today, after being in this field for so many years, I am still learning about supplements, because we see that lot of new products keep coming in the market. So actually, we know that there's a supplement boom in the market, and you will see that it is the fastest growing market in India. And you will see that more than food, people are eating more supplements. So why there is a need to increase the intake of supplements? Even the athletes, and there was a question why the normal population is also increasing their intake of supplements. Also, it can be considered because of fad or marketing, because in case of athletes, at least, because the other person is taking supplement, they feel that they should be consuming supplements. So the supplement intake has increased phenomenally. Then there are incidences of nutrient deficiencies. So as you know that even pregnant women, lactating mothers will be given iron and calcium supplements. There will be B complex vitamin supplements, which is a normal thing that you, even if the child is born, as soon as the infant is born, there is some supplement that is given, especially vitamin D supplement or a multivitamin supplement. They start immediately considering that the breast milk is not adequate. So for children also, there are a lot of supplements. Weight management is something, and for athletes, it is more of performance enhancement or performance enhancing supplements. So before we actually use supplements, it is very important for us to actually see the biochemical assessment of the athlete. So take a complete blood count, iron status, vitamin D, and all these parameters need to be analyzed, and then only you decide the supplement. After taking a proper dietary recall, you can decide whether the individual needs supplement. So once you have that idea, you can recommend supplements. So genetic testing, we have also discussed it in the morning, because each person is different. They may have some of the things we may eat, but we may not absorb. So in that case, genetic testing helps us to understand what vitamins you can absorb. You may see that there is a phase in some of the athletes which I have observed, is that their iron levels are continuously low. So even if you feed them iron, they are not absorbing that iron because of the genetic factor in them. So that also, for even for vitamin D, even we are exposed to vitamin D all the time, we go in the sun, your absorption would be less. So in that case, supplementation would be required. After doing a gut microbiome test also, we can help us analyze and decide whether you need to take any micronutrient supplements. So what are nutritional supplements? Everybody, I think by now know what are nutritional supplements. Supplement is to supplement what is missing in your diet. So it's a product, it comes in various forms, capsules, tablets, it can be in form of powders. All this is, this all of you know. So there is a classification of supplements that is given by the Australian Institute of Sport, and here is a detailed classification where you have micronutrient supplements, macronutrient supplements, anti-catabolic supplements which will help to prevent the loss of muscle mass, like glutamine, BCAA, liver health, lipoproteins, gut health. These kinds of supplements are there, that is anti-catabolic supplements, micronutrients and macronutrients. Then you have performance enhancing supplements, and these performance enhancing supplements is something of our interest in terms of sports nutrition. So there are a lot of supplements. There are fat burners which people see. If any newspaper you will open, especially in the newspaper, you will see ads like fat go, burn fat quickly, all these kinds of fat supplements which help in burning the fat. So these are the supplements, and there is a wealth of herbal supplements that are there in the market. The Ayurvedic medicine, or it could be Chinese or Unani or any other kind of, where lot of herbal supplements and preparations are available in the market. So first we are going to discuss few basic supplements like heme supplements, because you may need to give these supplements to the athlete. But before we actually recommend any supplement, we have to find out their iron levels, we have to find out the hemoglobin, ferritin levels, and transferrin levels. So the basic assessment is required. Otherwise, you can do the clinical signs, like if a person is getting tired, fatigued, or is there is lethargy, then you need to give iron supplements or heme supplements. And if the dietary intake of these foods which provide iron and B complex vitamins, copper is less, then in that case also you need to give these supplements. Now, iron supplements, we know I'm not going to discuss the role, but I'm just going to give you what is important to you. Iron is basically better absorbed in the ferrous bisglycinate form. So, when you look for a supplement in iron, see that there is ferrous bisglycinate form that is available. So, it is better absorbed as compared to any other supplement. And iron supplement has to be consumed with food, and there are some side effects which we earlier used to have, like constipation is one of the problems when you give iron supplements. But because of this form, the change there are limited evidences of incidences of constipation because of the iron supplement. Also, for improving the hemoglobin levels, you need to give folic acid, vitamin C, adequate intake of protein as well as copper, folic acid will be required, so that whatever iron supplement is given, it will be better absorbed. Then magnesium. I think magnesium is like one magic supplement nowadays. It is very well highly marketed supplement, and magnesium has a very important role in the body because it plays around a crucial role in around 300 different functions in our body. So magnesium supplements come in different forms like magnesium oxide, magnesium bisglycinate, ionic magnesium citrate. All these forms of supplements are better absorbed. And one benefit of magnesium is that it helps in lot of it helps in sleep, getting better sleep, muscle recovery, and also it's good for your nerves. So there are plenty of important roles of magnesium. So magnesium is a very important supplement for normal population as well as for athletes, and it has to be taken after the training or after the dinner or night time, so you can get a good quality sleep because of magnesium supplement. Magnesium also comes in the form of sprays or oils which can be applied to any kind of a wound or spasm or pain when you are we have athletes on the field. In that case also you can actually use magnesium supplements or magnesium sprays. Magvion is available in the market, which can be used by athletes. Then vitamin D and K has to be given together. Because they have a synergistic relationship. So for absorption, you need K. So if you look at any product, pharma grade supplement, you will have vitamin D, calcium, and vitamin K. It has the dose is given as 1000 to IU to 2000 IU in the cholecalciferol form, and along with that magnesium has to be there. Most of these are pharma grade supplements. Pharmaceuticals and doctors will prescribe the vitamin D supplements, and you can take one tablet per day. If the dose is like for example at a lower dose, one tablet per day, or it can be also weekly dose that is given for 6 to 8 weeks. Now many of you must have come across these sachets or pouches of vitamin D, which you have to take along with fatty food or with milk, so that you are given a dose of vitamin D supplement which you can use for around 6 to 8 weeks. But it is very important that you actually analyze the levels of magnesium. So here is the actual chart, a decision making algorithm, where you have to first find out how much is the vitamin D level. So if you see in this particular algorithm, you will see that vitamin D, if it is sufficient, then and if there are certain risk factors associated, you can give around 800 units of vitamin D daily. And if it is insufficient, you have to increase the supplement dose. if there are risk factors, you have to give around 6,000 international units for 8 weeks and a maintenance dose of 1,000 to 2,000 IU per day. And if there are no risk factors, you can give a daily supplement of 1,000 to 2,000 IU per day. But if there is a deficiency, in that case, you have to give a mega dose. But one most important thing is that you should not give excessive dose of vitamin D. It doesn't get absorbed. You are giving money to the pharmaceutical company. You are not giving the help to your body. So it is always better to get your vitamin D levels checked, and then only you can recommend the vitamin D supplements. So multivitamin mineral supplements are also again popular among athletes. They will ask, should we take a multivitamin supplement? It is again based on the dietary consumption. If they are having inadequate intake of fruits and vegetables, you can recommend them supplements. And it is very important to have some supplements are now coming up with added probiotics, and also some enzymes are added in that, so that whatever supplement is given, because what we are seeing now is not the supplement, but even people are lacking in actual digestive enzymes. So if you are consuming but you are not having the digestive enzymes to digest a particular thing, then you need to give a digestive enzymes. That is the functional approach towards nutrition. If you are giving a supplement but you are not absorbing, it is a waste. So supplements are now coming up in the market which have added digestive enzymes, so whatever product is there will be absorbed by the body. So we have to take the decision according to the requirements of the individuals. So we do some kind of test like a burp test to find out the acid level. If you ask them to actually consume a soda or Eno, and then you will know whether they have stomach acid. If there is no less amount of stomach acid, then also certain micronutrients will not be absorbed. So all these kinds of practical tests have to be done, and then they take the decision about the supplements. Now the macronutrient supplements we'll be discussing in detail. Now everybody, I think, wake up call for everyone, protein supplements. So it is very common, because all of us have seen at least some dabba of protein. Everybody is using supplements. Protein supplements are the most popular and commonly used supplements. Anybody who goes to a gym will be prescribed a protein supplement, or it can be a protein bar. So protein supplements come in three different forms, that is whey protein, soy protein, and plant-based proteins, that is pea protein. It comes in different forms like isolate, concentrate, and hydrolysates, and they are available as powdered form. Protein shakes are there, or it can be also in the form of protein chips. Like there are chips which have come in the market which give you adequate amount of protein. So basically, why do you need the protein supplements? Can you answer, anybody? Why do you feel you need a protein supplement? Why they have become so popular? They are so much pumped into the market. Why do you feel it is necessary for us to take a protein how many of you have tried a protein supplement? Just raise your hands. Yes, 1 2, anybody, 3 4 5. Okay, so did you get a professional advice to take a supplement, or you felt you need the supplement? You have taken it on your own? Many of you must have taken it on your own, because you're nutrition students. You know how much protein is going to you are getting in your diet. So yes, definitely there is a need to assess how much of diet protein you are getting, and what is the quality of protein that you are consuming. So if you're not getting good quality proteins, yes, there is a need for protein supplements. So again, you know the role of protein. It helps in improving the muscle protein synthesis. It helps to reduce the breakdown of muscles, improves the body composition. So athletes actually need protein supplements. And one most important thing to approach that you should use is that first assess how much is the requirement. If the dietary protein is giving some 50 grams of protein, and if the requirement is 70 grams, then you can actually add 20 grams of protein as a form of supplement. If the athlete has no access to good quality food, then add protein supplements. If the athlete is training for longer hours with 2 or 3 training sessions and no food is available, or the athlete is not able to consume large quantities of food, in that case you can add protein supplement. The dose for protein supplement is between 30 to 50 grams, can be easily consumed. It is not going to cause any harm to them because it is more bioavailable, it is pre-digested form, it gets absorbed very fast. So generally it is well tolerated. Whey protein is well tolerated. If they have digestive issues, in that case maybe protein supplement with some enzymes added will be available, which can be consumed by those athletes, or even normal population can take protein supplements with enzymes added if they have digestive issues. Because we see a lot of people will ask us ki I took a protein supplement, then I started puking, or I had digestive issues, and even the ad of that particular supplement is like that, where the you will see that in that ad that the person is burping continuously. So what kind of supplement it is or form of supplement that you consume is very important. Then another important, somebody had asked this question today morning about the BCAA, that is the branch chain amino acid. Specifically leucine is which I think Ashwini had mentioned about why leucine is essential for muscle protein synthesis. So isoleucine, leucine, and valine is the combination in the branch chain amino acid supplement, and it is beneficial to reduce the skeletal muscle damage. It helps to reduce the fatigue that is caused because of exercise, and also more of that, it is actually helping athletes to reduce the mental fatigue. What happens when you are exercising for longer duration of time? It is not only the physical fatigue that impacts you, but also the mental fatigue, brain fog, or suddenly you get your brain doesn't, don't know how to take a decision, because in sports also you have to take a lot of decisions while you are on the court, or when you are, especially in long distance activities or endurance activities. If you are running for a longer period of time, you need the branch chain amino acids to improve your focus. So the dose is around 3 to 6 or around 8 grams also. Upper limit is around 4 grams per day. It can be ingested before, during, and after training. Now there are a lot of controversial studies about BCAA, that is, it helps or it doesn't help. So some of the researches show that it helps, but if some of the studies say it doesn't help at all. So I had this there is one person from Canada. His name is Stuart Phillips, and Stuart Phillips is the person who actually has done lot of work on proteins and protein supplements. And they more of this research comes from these universities, and most of the research is focused on protein. So I had sent him a message asking him, do you feel it is necessary to give branch chain amino acids as a supplement? So he said it's not useful at all, but it's only the leucine that works in case of branch chain amino acid. But on ground, when we work with athletes, athletes are very happy with the BCAA. So it's the leucine that is going to help them in reducing their stress, or improving their reducing their mental fatigue. Then another supplement which we talk about is the omega-3 fatty acid supplement. Actually, it is used for, it helps to reduce the fatigue, and it improves the insulin sensitivity. It reduces inflammation and CRP levels. It can be, why we need omega-3 fatty acid supplement is because our ratio of the omega-3 to omega-6 has changed, because we are consuming more of oils which are rich in omega-6 fatty acids. So because of that imbalance, we need to supplement omega-3. So either it can be used in the form of flaxseed oil supplements. You can eat a lot of nuts and oil seeds, or different kinds of seeds. Today we saw a lot of seeds that were used in the products that you have developed. So that those seeds are going to give you the omega-3 supplements. So dose is around 1 gram per day, and it can be given in single or two divided doses. Certainly, if you are using a fish based supplement, omega-3 fatty acid supplement, it may cause some kind of a discomfort or burping. But if it is taken prior to meals, it can be easily given. So then comes the electrolyte and electrolyte or sports drink supplements. Lot of things. Today, when I saw the posters, I saw Gatorade as a supplement. But how many of you have tasted Gatorade? What did you like it? It has artificial flavors. The acceptance of that product is not so much in India, at least. It's a. Do you know the story of Gatorade? Do you know the story of Gatorade? Anybody, if you know the story, can just tell the story of Gatorade and how uh, the sports drink came into the market.
Basically, it was this physiology center which actually came up with this this particular drink
Hmm.
with the that
Gators.
yes, Gator.
Gators is
It's
a basketball team.
yeah, and then they have this logo or whatever you call. That's how it got its name. They initially gave it to the group of I think it was football players.
No, it was with the basketball
Basketball, yes,
players
basketball
from
players.
NBA, so National
Yeah.
Basketball Association in the US,
Hmm.
in the University of Florida. They started, this is their first product. They started with Gatorade, considering the fact that the sweat rate of the athletes is very high and they are losing a lot of sweat and electrolyte loss is there. And to replenish that electrolyte loss, they started with the sports drink, that is Gatorade. But if you compare the Gatorade composition with the Indian climatic conditions, it doesn't work. We need to have little higher amount of electrolytes being added into the product. So all here is a comparison between the ORS solution, that is ORS is basically which is used for diarrhea, and the sports drink. So there is a difference that you can see. In the ORS solution, carbohydrate is less, but salts are on the higher side because it is given for replenishment in diarrhea and dysentery. But what we see in practice is that lot of athletes actually use the electrolyte, that is the electral powder, as a supplement. But if you dilute it to a higher level, like if one packet is to be put in 1 liter of water, it will be very very concentrated to replenish the electrolyte and fluid losses. But if you want to make it that way, you may have to actually add on something. So the sports drink should not be having only electrolytes and carbohydrate, but nowadays even branch chain amino acids are added, or protein is added into the electrolyte solutions, so that you retain some amount of protein and absorption is also better. So you have sports drinks which are classified as isotonic, hypotonic and hypertonic. But hypertonic drinks, you can consider the ORS solution as hypertonic in terms of the salts that are added. But generally a normal sports drink will have less amount of carbohydrate, between 4 to 8 grams, yes, or 6 grams, yes.
If I can just interrupt you at this point, in the market shelves also, when they put these Gatorades along with the other drinks, all the people are not knowledgeable to pick up. It's only these people who are going for their fitness or they're going that they pick up this. So, what happens if a normal person just picks it up and has it?
So it can be like because it's a sports drink, also come with some hazard, that is the dental issues are there and excessive calories. I just a few days back, I have started reading a book, Outlive, by Dr. Peter from US, and he had a case of a person who appeared to be extremely fit, but he was pre-diabetic, and he tried to dig in to his dietary intake and all that, and he found that this person was apparently looking fit, he was active, but he was drinking gallons of Gatorade every day. It's like easily available to them, and that led that excess amount of carbohydrate which he was consuming for no reason was actually the cause for his pre-diabetes. So that way, for a person who is going to gym and doing only 1 hour of exercise, not even intense, all these sports drinks are not required. If you are doing 1 hour of physical activity, there is no need of a sports drink. unless you are doing very intense activity. Your nimbu pani, shikanji, all these things will be useful, or your local products which are there in summer, whatever you make, are enough to meet your. But we make them very sweet. Like generally we use if you make a sharbat, you will add more sugar to it, so you have to control that sugar content. So for activities, when you are doing 3 hours of training, 6 hours of training, then this is very important. But otherwise, feel the athletes will need creatine supplement. Which sports will need creatine supplement? Sprinting, yes. Which sports other than that? Energy, where quick bursts of energy is required. Weightlifting, sprinting, swimming short distance, yes. So all these activities will require creatine as a source of energy, and for that you give a creatine supplement. Now creatine supplement, anybody has an idea about how to use a creatine supplement? So creatine has two protocols. One is a loading protocol and maintenance protocol. Loading protocol is nowadays used much, but loading, you have to calculate the creatine requirement for the individual zero point 0.3 grams per kg of body weight. So it will not be same for everybody. So if you have a 60 kg weight athlete, you calculate the creatine requirement, say around 20 grams if it is coming, then you have to divide the creatine into 4 doses and give it along with carbohydrate solution. Or you can use a higher version of creatine where there is no need of addition of carbohydrate. So you have to give 5 to 7 days loading, then you give the maintenance dose for around 2 to 3 grams up to 2 to 3 months, and then you have to stop creatine. You can't take creatine all the time. So for every supplement that you use, there are certain specific rules for a particular supplement. You cannot give creatine for a longer duration of time. Sometimes athletes will experience some kind of a gastric discomfort about creatine. The experience with my athletes is they'll say packing aata hai. So this is a term which we come across ki if they feel there is muscle tightness because of the creatine, but if you give it along with carbohydrate, it doesn't cause any muscle tightness. And if you give it at a smaller dose, 2 to 3 grams, it works. And also additional thing about creatine is if you give it in vegetarians, it works wonders than who regularly consume non-veg, because naturally only from all the animal foods you are getting creatine in your body. So it may not work for them, but for vegetarians it works better. So creatine has various benefits. It increases the muscle mass, and athletes also gain weight. Like for example, today when Rohini was mentioning about that she has to increase her weight before the competition, probably creatine can help because it increases the weight. You give it along with carbohydrate, and it also will increase the power as well as increase the weight. So that could be beneficial in situations when you are actually trying to compete in a higher weight category and you want to increase your weight. That time creatine will be beneficial. It helps in rapid recovery from injuries, and sometimes people may have discomfort. Again, there was a question on creatinine, but those who are already predisposed with some kind of a kidney or a liver problem, they will have problems if they, in case they consume creatine. And it is very important that you take creatine supplement in the post workout phase instead of taking it as a pre workout, if it is to be taken as creatine supplement. If it is a part of pre workout supplement, then some amount of creatine, like 1 gram of creatine in that, will be added. That can cause no harm, but generally it has to be taken post workout, because you also need adequate hydration when you take creatine. Then another supplement which is now picking up, like creatine, is beta alanine. Now beta alanine, again, it improves the basically it is important for having a good buffering capacity. It increases your power. So beta alanine again is a good supplement. It can be combined with creatine. It can be used with all power sport activities. Dose is around 6 gram, and it has to be given in divided doses. Then apart from that, one most major problem with beta alanine supplementation is tingling effect. Because if you take beta alanine supplement, there will be lot of tingling effect or paresthesia which is observed in athletes. Some athletes adapt to the creatine beta alanine, but some athletes do not adapt. So I have seen athletes, even after recommending beta alanine, they are not willing to take, because that really has an impact on them. They don't feel like doing anything. Their levels are increased, like so they feel very uncomfortable taking beta alanine supplement. Then caffeine. So I think all of you need a caffeine dose, is it? Now, yes, because I see that now you're feeling little sleepy. So what is the impact of caffeine? Why do you need caffeine? It acts as a stimulant. What else? Yes, stay awake before exam. But how will caffeine help in sports? Focus, concentration. It helps in improving your fat burning capacity. So it is given, it is an analgesic, so it relieves some kind of pain. So you have to give a specific dose, that is 3 to 6 milligrams. But there is also one important aspect about caffeine, is that it is a restricted substance. Like if you consume, say, 6 large cups of black coffee, then you will be, it can come in the doping sample. So if you take 6 large cups of filtered coffee, that will increase your caffeine levels in the body, and it will come in the urine sample. So it is a restricted, according to the International Olympic Committee, it's a restricted supplement. So you should not get excess caffeine. So it is very important for athletes to read the labels correctly and see whether that much caffeine is there. Dose is very less, that is 3 to 6 milligrams per kg of body weight. So it comes around 200 milligrams of caffeine. If you take, it doesn't come in doping. But if you take excess of caffeine, also another important aspect is, if you are habituated to consuming caffeine, it will not have that some kind of impact on you. It is available in the form of tablets. It can be added to other supplements, or capsules are also available. Caffeine supplements are available, so those can be taken by athletes. Then another supplement is hydroxymethyl butyrate, that is HMB. Leucine derived metabolite, it is HMB. Again, it is anti-catabolic, so it is given for retaining the muscle, and also helps to prevent prevent muscle breakdown and damage due to intense exercise. This has to be taken 1 to 3 grams per day to prevent the muscle breakdown, and can be consumed around 35 to 40 minutes before exercise. This is beneficial in strength trained athletes. Then comes our beetroot chakundar ka juice. So the beetroot juice or nitrates is a vasodilator, and it helps in lowering the resting blood pressure, and it helps to improve endurance. So it's beneficial in endurance activities. Even in other activities, it is found to be beneficial. And there are other sources of nitrates, like argola leaves, then that which taste like some kind of radish leaves, they taste like that. So it's like arugula feta cheese salad is something which is going to give you a good amount of nitrates, and that is helpful in increasing your nitric oxide, so that what arugula is a common name. Nowadays, it's available in the market. It's not Indian origin, but it's available. But if you see, there are so many other dark leafy vegetables like we have this dill seeds and all will also have some amount of nitric oxide. So it acts as a vasodilator. Again, safety about beetroot juice is that we need to know the source of the beet, because if there are some pesticides exposure to certain harm environmental pollutants, and that can cause excess amount of beetroot juice is also not good. So dietary supplementation appears to be a better approach. Only problem with beetroot juice is it gives gastric intolerance in some people and pink stools in or urine. Then we come to fat burners. Everybody wants to burn fat. So what is the magic? Can you burn fat by taking fat supplements? Or you need to exercise? You need to exercise. So they go hand in hand. You need a fat burner, but you also need to exercise. If you just take fat burners, because all those ads which come, bina kuch kiye fat burn karo, that doesn't work, right? It without any exercise, without doing anything, you just take a tablet and you start burning fat. That does not happen. So fat burners actually increase the use of fat as a source of energy. They are thermogenic supplements, so they increase your metabolic rate and also help to reduce weight. Some supplements also reduce the appetite, like the ghrelin, leptin, all these. So they are actually going to reduce your appetite. So nowadays there is recently there has been an advertisement where you take a pill and it keeps you full all the time, and that helps you to reduce your consumption. So food intake is reduced. So there are so many researches. Feeling of fullness or satiety is there. So L-carnitine. I think in the morning session there was one question on YouTube about the L-carnitine as a fat burner. So L-carnitine actually has a role in transporting the fatty acid into the cell. So it will take the fatty acids and use the fatty acids in the mitochondria for giving energy, and it will spare the muscle glycogen. So L-carnitine is beneficial to help in losing weight. It also reduces the fatigue level and onset of fatigue or muscle soreness. Like for example, what is muscle soreness? Have you any time experienced muscle soreness? Yes. So when do you experience muscle soreness? So if you start, you have to climb the hill and you are not used to it at all. Next day your legs will start talking to you. So they will tell you that I'm tired. So that is muscle soreness, or it can be also after a strenuous training at a gym, that is called as muscle soreness, or that is a delayed onset of muscle soreness. So L-carnitine is actually beneficial to lower the muscle soreness. So it can be used as a supplement in the form of powder or tablet form, and the dose is around 1 to 2 grams per day. And weight loss claims of L-carnitine are actually ambiguous. Like you don't know whether it really helps in weight loss, but there are supplements available in the market which give you 1 to 3 grams of L-carnitine and can be consumed by athletes. Then Garcinia cambogia is again a fat burner. It contains an active compound which is called as hydroxycitrate, and that helps in losing weight by improving the fatty acid. It inhibits the fatty acid synthesis, and it increases the release and availability of serotonin in brain, and it basically suppresses the appetite. So this Garcinia is also one of the popular supplements, and it has to be taken around 30 to 60 minutes before the meals, and that helps in fat loss or weight loss. There are certain safety issues with Garcinia. That is, it can cause headache, skin rash, common cold, or some GI problems. Now, what are the facts? Suti has also already told about the fat burning. What is it? Is it diet or exercise? Both, right? So fat burning actually depends upon the intensity of exercise that you do. You have to go into the fat burning zone, so even if it is low intensity but for longer duration, again you can burn fat. And exercise intensity, also the composition of the meals, whether it has a more protein and less of carbs, you will burn more fat. And also the environmental conditions, like for example, uh, in different environmental conditions, Indians have different kinds of dietary patterns. Like for example, in winter season you will make high fat foods, different kinds of laddus, like you will make til seeds ka laddu in winter season. So that is also one of the traditional way of looking at it, how you burn fat, how you use energy in different environmental and climatic conditions. So then next is herbal supplements. Now all the market is flooded with herbal supplements. There are a lot of Ayurvedic extractions like herbal supplements. They are plants or plant-based extracts. And what is the understanding about athletes? They feel herbal means safe. So is it true? False? Is it blanket false or there partially? Yes. Some herbs, like for example tulsi, I think in pandemic everybody started using lot of herbs, organic giloy, and all these things started coming as, huh? So many things are there. So herbal supplements, the problem with the herbal supplements is that we do not know whether they come in doping. That is the important thing. There are a lot of Chinese products also available in the market. We do not know if you get tested positive for consumption. And we see a lot of athletes using different kinds of powders. So isne bola ye dalo wo dalo, so that 2 3 products they will mix and they will make their own supplements. So when they are using their supplements like this, it is actually very dangerous. So it is very important to educate the athletes that all these herbal things are not safe. Whichever is safe are listed on the websites. Okay. Okay. Now, before you recommend any supplement, you need to do your homework. You know, you can't blindly say, okay, the research says that. Because from research, it is actually going to the product which is available in the market. So, research is showing, okay, ashwagandha is helping or BCAA is helping. There are multiple research. So, how do you get your facts checked? That is, you need to understand what is there on the label. So, first is, what will you see when you buy a product? What do you need to see? How do you read a label? Do you really read a label? Okay, what do you see on the label? Nutrition facts you will see. Okay, then what is most important? The prime importance. What is the, suppose you get a bread, you just buy one bread, and what is there, what are the bread is, it's brown bread is written on the product. So what is the composition? Is it really brown bread, or what are the other added things that can actually be of importance? So what do you do? Are the when you read labels, sometimes even the brown bread doesn't have, yeah, fiber, carbohydrate, or composition. What are the ingredients you have to read? So what you will see in brown bread also, 80% is maida and only 20% could be wheat flour or whole wheat flour. So it is very misleading. So it's very important to read the labels. So when you read labels, you have to check what is the suggested use and serving size, for whom it is recommended, and also check the supplement fact panel. So see what are the doses. It will also give percent daily value for a particular product, what according to the RDA it will be given. And then you need to check the expiry date, and you need to see if there are any cautions and warnings, like not suitable for person who is having allergy of peanut milk, gluten. All those things have to be checked. And if you check all this, you have to know what is the composition of the supplement. Okay. Now this is the way supplement labels are. This is the Indian way of labeling the supplement, and this is the Western way of labeling. So what is the main ingredient? What is the difference here? What is the main ingredient on an Indian label? Energy, then protein is given. And what is given here? calories and fat is given, and how much is the protein. See, the protein content of both the labels is more or less same. It is 24 grams in the first Indian company label, and this is from a Western source. So here protein will be given, is given later, but here it is given. So different ways of labeling are there. Also see what is the overall. Here they have also given proprietary time release, like how it is used, and also the composition is given in detail, like what are the ingredients are given in this label, and percent RDA is given here, recommended dietary allowance as per the ICMR is given in this label, and here it is given as percent daily value according to their requirements. So this is how the label has to be checked. So first check. So if you are checking for a protein supplement, you have to check the protein level, that is a whey protein. But if you are checking a supplement for a mass gainer, now we want to increase the weight of the individual, then you will check the carbohydrate content of the label. So that variation is to be there. So reading label is one big topic that we need to understand. We also need to check the flavoring, artificial flavors. Lot of artificial flavors can have uh, important side effects on the, also sucralose is there or aspartame is there, that we need to check. Sometime nowadays we are getting some products which are completely clean with no additives, but then it will compromise on the taste of the product. And what our athletes want, supplement has to work for them, and also there has to be taste. We are very as a country, as a everybody wants to eat tasty, everything has to have a good taste. So that is the reason we have supplements which have better taste apart from their actual composition and shelf life. Then we come to the topic of doping. So what have you heard about doping? What is doping? Any idea? No idea about doping. See, when you use different kinds of substances to enhance your performance, anything foreign substance that you use or an artificial means for improving your performance can lead to an event of doping, and there could be inadvertent doping because of the supplements, because you do not know what is the composition of the supplement. Lot of times the supplement products may contain some substances which you do not know. Now for that you have to go to the website of Australian Institute of Sport. It gives list of uh, products or the compounds which can be found on the supplements. So that list you have to go and check. They have made a comprehensive list about what could be considered to be, because their names, the chemical formulas and the names are so similar that even nutritionists will not be able to understand. So that you have to check before recommending any supplement product. So what is inadvertent doping? Doping that occurs because of unknown things, like you have consumed a supplement but you don't know what is the composition, and you can be held responsible for the doping issue. Now doping is not only consumption, but it could be presence of prohibited substance in a sample, because the athlete has to give urine and blood sample at regular intervals, especially the elite athletes. Using a tampered product, like sometimes some incidences are there that athletes will be given, will exchange bags, or some other athlete will give another supplement product to them, that also is may cause doping. Refusing to submit sample, like if the athlete has been notified, if they are on the NADA list, that is the National Anti-Doping List, if the athlete is given a notification and the athlete doesn't go for giving the blood sample, that is also considered to be doping. Failure to file athlete whereabouts, that is when athlete is actually on the NADA list, every time wherever they go they should be informing the authorities, like where they are traveling. Suppose they are traveling from one city to another city, one country to another country, they should be informing. Like recently in Paralympics, for whereabouts there was one case where athlete was not allowed to participate in the Paris Paralympics because the whereabouts registration or information was not provided. He failed to do that. That is also a violation in case of doping. tampering any doping process. Like when doping tests are done, athletes will be taking lot of time to give their urine samples. They will be asked to drink a lot of water. They will be given lot of time to that. If they do use any tampering process, that is also a violation. Possession of a substance or any product which can hamper the performance and health of any individual. If you have that product, trafficking, that is actually using any kind of wrong methods, will be considered as doping. Or giving help to others, or administering some kind of a procedure. Like for example, in case of the Tour de France athlete who actually won the medal for 7 times, that is Lance Armstrong. He won it for 7 times with blood doping. That is, he actually took out his own body blood and froze it and again ingested in his body, and that caused him to be caught in the doping issue. So if any procedure you are doing, wrong procedure is also considered to be doping. And also if there is any problem, they will be prohibited, and there are certain rules, like if 2 years ban, 5 years ban, the lifetime ban is also there. So what is most important is that for athletes, they should not consume a cocktail of supplements, because every supplements, for example, even if there is a protein supplement, that protein supplement will also have some amount of vitamins and minerals added. Then they are taking a multivitamin supplement, then they are taking another herbal supplement, if they are taking any other supplement. So if they are taking 5 to 6 products, it causes a cocktail of supplements. So many products are ingested into your body, and when they are ingested, it is going to cause a lot of harm to their body. What is the status of Indian athletes? Doping is a problem at school level, every district level also. I think they want to win medals quickly, and they use any kind of practices. So according to India is one of the largest third ranked countries in the world for doping. And common substances are stanozol, menadone, steroids. And then the blame game starts. Like they will start telling them menenelia, usnelia, and all those things. I was very clean, and other things they start talking. But it was inadvertent. I was not aware. But nutritionist has to create a lot of awareness about, and it becomes a big responsibility for a nutritionist to prevent any kind of wrong events that happen in the, still even if you educate also, such events happen. Now buying of supplements is a big problem. So much is available in the market. Which one do you buy? Unless you have a good knowledge about it, you should not indulge into it. So the safe supplementation is very important. 40 to 70% of the athletes use supplements, and 10 to 15% could have some kind of prohibited substances. So there are so many products, nootropic and all, so many products are available in the market, but they may or may not be backed by science. So how do you actually do this? First, for a nutritionist, every year the WADA doping list will be published. There is one app called as Know Your Medicine app. You should tell your athlete to check any paracetamol, any prescription given by the doctor. You should enter that information in the app and see whether it is safe. So check the prohibited substances list. There are other apps where you can get the facts of the dietary fact sheets about supplements. This is a very good website which can be used as handy. The examine.com, it gives you a detailed analysis about the results of the different kinds of supplement products. Not product as such, but some studies which are done on a particular supplement. So it can be L-carnitine, beta-alanine, or what the study says, whether it is beneficial or not. You can get this information from this examine.com. Then what, first for athletes, they should take professional advice. You need to do a correct thorough research about it and buy products from reputed websites and reputed authentic brand, batch tested. Now these are some of the third party certifications. If you see any brand or product in the market, you have to use this banned substances control group, informed choice, informed sport, NSF, and all these US, if all these logos are there, you can consider that only FSSAI logo is not enough for supplements. All these third party certifications have to be checked. If the product has a third party certification, then only it becomes a safe supplement. Still, these are international. Then now they have started, which FSSI and NADA, that is National Anti-Doping Agency, they have released a document. I was part of this committee, but it halted. It's not progressed. So you have FSDU logo for sports persons, but it is very limited work that has been done till now. We need to have more work so that you can have a proper guidance document for the athletes. So the take home message for anybody, athletes as well as before you actually give a supplement, you have to find out what is the need of supplement, assess the risk and the consequences of supplement, and research the product, check whether the product is batch tested or not. You have to do your homework very well before actually you recommend any supplement to any athlete. So thank you.
Excuse me, madam. In Anantapur, in our state, in my house also, my son, my wife, myself, all are using the Herbalife product. Is it recommendable, madam? We are decreasing. My son also decreased 5 to 10 kgs by using that Herbalife product. Some people are telling it is very dangerous, so dangerous for kidney. But some people are saying a very good the publicity through the social media. They're giving the publicity. It is very good for all. Cancers also going to be with this Herbalife using.
Controversial area of work, because I cannot recommend anything on Herbalife. I don't want to talk about it because we really don't know whether it is effective. But there are cases where individuals have been affected because of the supplement intake. So you are
Supplement means Herbalife.
Herbalife only. It's a meal replacer, and instead of taking meal replacer, you can have proper dietary changes that will help you. Uh, because ultimately it is synthetic, and how many of you would like to have the same kind of taste for everyday breakfast? You would like to have variety in your meals. Diversity is not there in that. You are having one protein shake or something every day. Unless you are doing lot of physical activity and you need to meet your protein requirements, okay, fine, but I would not advocate it.
One more, madam. All these products, so they are giving label, no? Is it correct information not? On the label, they are giving not 20% fat, 0% fat, like that they are giving.
Yes,
how to believe that one?
Nowadays that is also a big challenge, because labels may not contain what they are actually having. So you need a third party certification. So if you are getting a third party certificate for any product, you have to send each batch of one product to that company. They will get it analyzed, and then they will. Now National Anti-Doping Agency is starting a assessment facility in some center in Uttar Pradesh, somewhere Allahabad or Lucknow, where they are going to start the analysis of the supplement products in the market and actually do the lab analysis whether they really contain that much protein, carbohydrate, and so it is in the pipeline, because the problems regarding all this are increasing a lot, and consumer awareness is also more. People are becoming conscious about what they're eating. They are reading their labels. So this needs to be done immediately, so that we don't get bad products which do not contain anything what is written on them. So I think nutritionists are also creating awareness about lot of products that are available in the market.
Sarah, ma'am, I've seen an elderly person taking iron, vitamin C, zinc, and some many more other supplements together, like at once. Uh, like, is there any side effects of
Yes, it will be. How much will be absorbed is the
post
question.
dinner, ma'am? Like,
Post dinner.
I've seen taking
So who has recommended?
doctor, but
Doctor.
like together, is it like
Together is not to be taken, but we need to check. Now, multivitamin mineral supplement will have everything in one go. All micronutrients will be there in one go. So it's not advisable. We need to see what products are there.
Ma'am, we have one more question, ma'am. Sarah, ma'am, after long straining, like for example, cricketers or someone, they'll be playing for long period of time. So if they have a break, what kind of drink you suggest them to be taken? Water or some sports supplements?
See, it depends upon the climatic conditions. Like if it is highly humid and they are sweating a lot, they will need their electrolytes. So sports drink would be required, or normal juice also would be, a diluted juice or a homemade sports drink will be required. And for why do you take supplements? You take supplements for convenience. You need them if you are not getting anything from your, or something is missing in your diet, then you supplement. And convenience is a matter. Like you can't expect an athlete who is there on the field all day long, and then you are give one drink which is made early in the morning and the bottle is completely warm. You cannot consume that. You must, you, even if it's a good diluted fruit juice you are giving, you cannot have it. So in that case you can just use a tablet and mix it in water and have it. It will be more refreshing, and also it will help you to sustain your activity, have a better recovery instead of using this. So these are the ways you can, for longer duration of hours and training, based on the climatic conditions, you have to make the changes. Any question?
Mom, just a general question. In case an athlete is caught for doping, who generally takes the responsibility of that?
The
Does the
athlete,
dietitian get
the
affected?
dietitian doesn't get affected because it's the athlete's own responsibility to, it's only the athlete who is responsible.
What if the athlete was, it was done in the
That
without the
is called,
knowledge of
in
the
without
athlete?
the knowledge, is inadvertent doping, because the athlete doesn't know what they are consuming. Because what happens, athletes generally take supplements without asking anybody. If
Absolutely.
you are having a supplement, every time a nutritionist has to note everything in their diary, register, entry has to be done, and give a prescription. Like for now, Indians are so used to taking over counter medicines. In other countries, will you get? You will not get. It will take long time to get your medical appointment also in other countries. Here we are just walking in. Every, if any product or medicine has worked for you in the past, you will use the same medicine without asking. Huh? Huh? And even if antibiotic is given, you will not complete the course. This is our way of working. So all this is there because athletes also do the same thing. They will do decide on their own. They will send an, is this good, is this good, they will send photos on WhatsApp, and my friend is using this product, the other one is also using, can I use it, kya kaise hai, they will ask like this. So that we have to be a vigilant nutritionist to actually guide them. Even if you do all this, still doping cases happen.
Ma'am, we have one more last question for you.
Saira ma'am, like to addition of that before question, like sports persons will drink after so much exercise, or they will drink so many drinks. No, they'll consume drinks. No, what is the role of black water they will drink? No, ma'am.
What is black water?
Al-
Alkaline water is a new fad. It's a fad. Alkaline water, yeah, because it's according to your body neutrality, slightly alkaline pH. They, there are so many products, it's a huge ocean, so we don't know. Many of the products, in spite of being on the field, will not know what is there. Any athletes here who want to ask any question? Any language you want to ask, you ask. Even if you ask in Telugu, there are. Hmm? Okay. Okay. Handball competition. Any these students? No. Hmm.
At that particular age, did you get any of them like asking what kind of
They do ask, parents also ask,
uh,
but we have to guide them that at that particular, sometimes even basic protein supplement you have to give the athletes. And sometimes you have to give a carbohydrate or any electrolyte drink. This basic supplement you have to give the athletes, because training for long hours in the sun in Indian climatic conditions is difficult, so you need to supplement. But what you can do is ask them to give a break in the supplement. Don't take it all the time, like every day. And sometimes also budget is also a big problem. You have to give according to their budget. You can't give very expensive products. Everybody's food budget is the first question that you have to ask any client. How much can you spend? I had a client who used to spend 22,000 rupees a month on supplements. So food cost is less and supplement cost is very high. He on his own was doing. I did not recommend. Okay.
I want to extend my heartfelt thanks for your enlightening presentation on smart supplement choices. Your insights into the know abouts of supplements intake, analyzing when to use them, what it is, and the types were incredibly valuable to the young minds present in the audience. Not only that, but the understanding of dosage and the risks involved will undoubtedly help many of us make safer choices. At last, the importance of reading the labels is truly practical in the current scenario, not only with respect to the supplements, but any of the packaged products available in the market. It's clear that your expertise in this area is crucial for promoting athlete health and integrity in sports. Thank you once again for your time and dedication. We all leave today with a renewed sense of responsibility to make smart supplement choices and to educate others on doping prevention. We will now break for tea. Post tea, Ms. Saivani, 3rd BSc FNS, will take over the session. Please enjoy your break and be back promptly. Sairam.
Guys can hear me. So I work in this company called One Nutrition. I directly report to the founder of the company, Mr. Ryan Fernando. And I basically look into the media marketing team, and we also have the tech team, which is a dietitian counseling team. So we provide internships depending on it, can vary from 1 month to 6 months of internships. Uh, Depends on your interests. If you are interested in marketing, media, you're interested in counseling, you can choose and you can send an email to me at stuti@quahealth.com. And I've already to Sumana ma'am, so you can take it from her.
Fine. Anything? Any doubts? Huh? Some doubts, huh? They want placements also.
Placements also you can email it to me. I'll send it to the HR. I'm not sure about placements, but internships, yes. Because I don't own the company, right?
Sairam, Sairam. Ma'am, it's slow. Sairam. Om Shri Sairam. As we reconvene, we now turn our attention to a topic of significant concern in sports nutrition for young female athletes, concerns and challenges. Young female athletes often face unique challenges in maintaining optimal nutrition, not just for peak performance, but for overall health and development. Some of the key challenges include managing the delicate balance between energy consumption and expenditure, preventing nutrition deficiency that can impact menstrual health and bone density, and addressing the risk of disordered eating patterns. These challenges are further complicated by the busy schedules young athletes maintain. To help us navigate these important issues, we have three distinguished experts with us today: Dr. Geetanjali Bide ma'am, Dr. Abhirami Shivaprasad, and Ms. Ashwini Mohandas for the panel discussion. Please join me in welcoming them onto the stage. Over to you, ma'am.
Sairam Ashwini, you have
Sarah,
a
ma'am.
slide presentation now?
Yeah, ma'am. Like few slides.
Okay. So can you share it with me if you are having any technical glitch from your side?
Yeah, ma'am. I'll see.
Yeah.
turn of male. Ma'am, actually, I'm not able to share.
Sairam Ashwini, is it
Sarah,
visible to you?
can you make me a host so I can share that?
Yeah, is it visible to you now?
No.
Ashwini, can you
Yes, ma'am. Now
confirm?
it is.
Yeah, all right.
Sarah Mall. So for evening session, we'll be having a discussion regarding the sports nutrition among the female athletes and what are the concerns and the challenges we will be facing. So, as compared to the male, the females is having the more requirement or the more nutritional growth or the importance in their nutrition part. So, female athletes shows that a less intake among as compared to the female co-partners. So the growth and the development is also a questioning that if their intake is less, then how they will perform better. So for the some period, athlete have found that okay, reducing the quantity or being eating less, that is enhancing their performance. But for a certain period, it might have a positive effect, but then later on it will disrupt into their hormonal and also then reduces their performance. So nutrition is very important for their growth and development. Who is in the phase of the if they have started MENA, from the MENA till being an adult, nutrition is very vital for an athlete and also as a normal population for the females. So it is very important. So majorly the injury prevention, if they are eating very less, so they are tend to have less recovery if they have already had a injury. So most of the physiotherapists, what they do is that they analyze if they are doing all the rehabs, all the prehab sessions. So the if the athlete is not recovering, so one intervention they are like we are interacting is that might be this is because they less intake of the food. So when they are reducing their intake by themselves, so the injury concerned things or the recovery is less, and the more prone to have re injuring or they are getting injured again and again. So to optimize the performance and to have an overall health and well-being for a female athlete, nutrition is very important. So once if an female athlete, if they start eating very less, so we tell that according to their training pattern, the athlete should have enough according to their requirement. He should have a proper amount of nutrition. So when we are telling the athlete that okay, you should eat this much, but still the athlete consciously or unconsciously avoid eating the amount which we recommend. So that then the athlete will tend to be there in the low energy. That means the energy availability to do the other activities other than the training will be less. So it is known as the energy availability. So it has an equation where we equate where they say that energy availability is equal to energy intake minus the energy exercise energy expenditure divided by the fat free mass. So in this we will get to know that the athlete is having enough of food or via the diet that meeting their requirement for the training and also for the other activities which the athlete is doing. So if the athlete is not taking in proper enough amount of food, so it leads to menstrual irregularities, impaired bone health, and also reduces the performance. Uh, Energy availability is a major concern among the athletes who is from 14 to 18 years and more than even extend up to the 22 years. But when we are seeing it is around 14 to 18 years, athletes tend to eat very less. That could lead also to the bone health. As I have previously told, when they are having any injuries or when they are having training for a rigorous for so long time, so they tend to have pains. So the multiple joint pains occurs mostly for somebody who is having less intake. So this kind of things we have analyzed with the physiotherapist, talking to them that we also recommend the athletes to do the blood test to understand that whether the athlete is lacking any micronutrients like calcium, vitamin D, or in the magnesium. So is the athlete is less having the less amount in the body, which could be one of the core reason for their bone health. So also the menstrual function, sometimes when they are eating very less and loading for the training or heavily, that time the hormone imbalance happens and then they are having irregular menstrual cycles. Sometimes that month the athlete may not be having periods, and next month the athlete will be having very huge flow, or the athlete may not be able to tolerate that pain. So this kind of hormonal fluctuations happens if an athlete is taking very less food. So this also impact in their performance and their overall health. So when you're telling the athlete when they are eating less as a whole food, sometimes athlete will be taking as like junk foods. If I'm telling the fast foods, so they will be craving for the more refined carbs. So that is also one of the indicator that okay, she is not taking enough food, and that is kind of a symptom wherein she is in the low energy availability. Also, PCOD is a hormonal dysfunction which is it is among the female athletes. So that is being monitored or regulated in the centers depending on the doctor's recommendation. The medications will be given by the doctors, and depending on that, we are working parallelly with the sports medicine doctor. Next slide, ma'am. So the just that we meet the increased energy demand and the nutrient needs for the female athletes. So if they're having high training, but their intake will be same as the low training days. So we are constantly educating the athlete.
Sairam Ashwini, you're able to hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can you go a little faster? We have already covered this topic.
ठीक है, ma'am. So I'll jump into the other topic.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you make me the host so I can co-host?
Okay, you just tell me which slide I should go to. Just tell me where to stop.
Okay, that would be
Here?
fine. Pehle.
All right.
So, yes, so the micronutrient requirements is also important as a major macronutrients like carbs, protein, and fat. So, when as ma'am have already told about what is a requirement for the iron, so mostly in if you see that female athletes is having iron deficiency. So, it iron means not the hemoglobin but the ferritin level or the serum ferritin is less when the hemoglobin will be the same level. So this kind of criterias are there fine. Sometimes athlete and my hb is same or it is in the normal case, but the serum ferritin is low. That means we need to give a supplementation, and this could prolong serum ferritin less will be leading to their reducing the performance. And this is mainly seen in the event endurance and strength training events. So, calcium is also very important for the bone health and to reduce the stress factors. Vitamin D, as the indoor games, a lot of athletes is having nowadays their vitamin D deficiencies. So, vitamin D via food will be very less because vitamin D, how the absorption and then converting into the active form. So food will be the less choice as but the vitamin D supplementation can be done if the level is below 30. And the zinc is also very important for the immune function and healing, and also for the protein synthesis, also for the recovery of an athlete. Next slide. So hydration we have already covered, like what how much hydration should be there pre before the training, how much the athlete should be taking in during, how much. So we how we can depend to the plain water to the electrolyte or the sports drinks, and after the training also hydration is very important. So if they are having lacking very less hydrated hydration level, so that will leads to the injuries, and also they will have a very high amount of sweat loss that could gives them the intestinal gastrointestinal disturbances. So personalized hydration strategies should be there according to the sweat rate analysis. So we do sweat rate analysis in the field to understand each individuals what is their hydration status. According to that we have to plan their hydration strategies. Next slide. So I just want to brush up with the phases of menstrual cycle. Like what are there are three different menstrual cycle, as everybody will be knowing that: follicular phase, ovulation, and luteal phase. So follicular phase will be there in the days 1 to 4, and around 14 there will be the ovulation and luteal phase. Next one. For the nutritional focus, there will be let me say that the follicular phase, estrogen levels rise gradually and progesterone remains low. In this time the nutritional focus should be that high carbohydrate should be given enough, that the estrogen levels will be using more of carbohydrate at that. So we make sure that follicular level, the ideal, the focus should be there on carbohydrate rich foods, which will support their high training intensity. So that could include the whole grams, fruits, and vegetables. Also, iron rich foods should be also be considered during the follicular phase, because the beginning of the bleeding will start and the iron store starts depleting. So kind of non-veg sources of fortified cereals, vitamin C, spinach, this could also be included because it will help in the reabsorption of the iron. And antioxidant which will combat the stress. So we can also include the antioxidant foods like berries, nuts, and seeds during the follicular phase. Next one. So next is the ovulation, which will happen in the day of 14. Peak estrogen levels will be there, which surge to the luteinizing hormones. At this time, we should be focusing to repair and recovery process should be there, because this is crucial phase when the strength and power may peak. So this time, the quality protein of it is getting from the non-veggies, but we can also give plant-based protein like tofu and legumes. It's also a good source of protein. And healthy fats is also important because the hormone production, the fat soluble vitamins also can be added, like avocados, olive oils, and nuts. And magnesium is also plays a major role in reducing the cramps. So magnesium deficiency being seen majorly in the female athletes during this time, as they also go into their menstrual cycle. Also if they are not having a proper amount of magnesium rich foods. So dark leafy vegetable, nuts, seeds, and seeds, till seed, pumpkin seeds, these seeds will enhance the magnesium in the diet. And next is luteal phase, which will be there from 15 to day 28, where the progesterone levels will be rising and the estrogen levels will be going slow down. And the complex carbohydrate should be given to meet out their energy demands and the mood swings, which will be there after the day of 15. So, my vitamin B6 also helps in the regulation and combat PMS symptoms. So bananas, potato, chickpeas are the best sources. So hydration and electrolyte, as progesterone leads to fluid retention, so most of the athlete feel that thoda bloating after the day 50. So anti-inflammatory foods also can be considered, like omega-3 fatty acids, fatty food, fatty fish, flaxseed, and walnut. So next we can see that eating disorders in the female athlete. So there will be a peer pressure among the group that you have to be there in the specific body posture. You should not put on weight in the hips. You should not have a big thighs. So these kind of things are there among the peer groups, and that creates a stress to the athlete. So they will go into that, they will start eating very less and they will start reducing, they will strictly cutting their intake. So there are extreme weight fluctuations we can see when we are interacting with the athletes, that because of this concern they have reduced a lot. They might be eating only salads, or they might be only drinking fluids. So that gives a reduction in the performance, and also they will have a very weakness and they will be very tired and very and less active. So, if an athlete is having this kind of sign and symptoms, they should always seek for the help. And we nutritionists, we are recommending for the psychologist also to handle with these kind of cases. Next is strategies what we can, parents, coaches, and the other professionals can be used, is that we can educate and empower the athlete. So there are specific sport wherein like gymnastics or fencing or like wushu in Paulu. So they need to have uh, instant energy. They need to have a reflex, sudden reflex. So body weight among their peer groups is a concern for them, so that if they are not understanding that increasing muscle mass also gives them the instant strength and power to act, to perform better. So educate and empowering is also one of the key thing, and having a positive reinforcement to have a good food choices. And we can also give the role modeling, like what is a healthy habits and how these people have come up with giving a better performance, and these things can be handled to keep the athlete motivated and get away from the disordered eating. Next slide, ma'am. So the key takeaways and the conclusion will be, so we should give adequate energy intake via required amount, the adequate amount of nutrients, and also coaches and the parents should be guiding them uh, throughout to get ask to have a frequent sessions, frequent counseling sections with the nutritionist or the psychologist, telling that how it is important them to include some certain kind of groups, and why they should not skip food and how it will impact in their performance. So always choose seasonal vegetables. So female athletes, it's not like we have to see for very fancy vegetables which will reduce their increase in performance or reduce their weight. We always should go for the seasonal vegetables. Ask them to go for markets, have a habit to make them cook, so that they will understand that okay, what makes them better or what kind of food they have to include. So that one thing is like economical challenges, there is a challenge in that. And also ask every female athletes, not only female athlete but all the athletes, ask them to read the label, as ma'am have detailed given a detail about how to read the labels and how to choose them wisely. And sleep is also very important, that the female athletes tend, if they are under stress, they sleep very less. So having a proper routine or having a proper guide or techniques for this from psychologists will help them to have a proper quality sleep. And hydration is also very important. So these things can be tracked by using a food diary. So we should always ask an athlete to maintain a food diary so that we or that athlete also can monitor them simultaneously. And there are athletes, female athletes will be using the pills to extend menstrual cycles. So getting an awareness that reduce the intake of pills to push your periods. So we should make them aware that we should be not be doing this kind of things, because that would have a inverse effect in the later on. So next is avoid. So one thing we'll tell that avoid the gadgets. So avoiding the gadgets is also one of the thing while taking the food. So when an athlete is taking gadgets with them while having the food, so that means that athlete is not more they are more concentrated in the phone other than the food which is there in front of them. So this will also reduce the nutrient absorption in the body, and they doesn't know that how much they are taking in. So the level in the body will be reduced, and the high intake of food will be the ultimate goal. Ultimate thing will happen. So these are practical things and concerns which we come up, and if any doubts, we can go further.
Actually, this presentation which Ashwini has done, there are certain questions basically while working with female athletes. We let us discuss only few very relevant and very important things that we see normally on field. Is not eating adequate amounts of food. Like we have her as a sprinter who doesn't eat any pre-workout meal. She directly goes for training after a long hour of fast. So she should be consuming something before the training to get a sustained energy for her workouts. And immediate consumption of food after the workouts is also very important. The second important point nowadays, which we are facing, which has been elaborated by Abhirami and also by Ashwini in their presentations, is about the relative energy deficiency syndrome, which we see, which can impact the bone health, the menstrual health, and also the overall performance, increases the injury risk, etc. Then what the important points which actually Ashwini brought in, which are practical problems which we face in academies, is taking phone to the dining area. That is a big problem. Others not here, but so that is one challenge which we are facing in a lot of athletes, that phone, they'll keep the phone and they will be watching and eating food. So that is another challenge which we commonly face, and that should be discouraged. One more important point I think Ashwini has brought in is about the use of menstrual pills to either push their cycles, because if they have main competitions, this is another young athletes, female athletes challenge. But sometimes really very very big tournaments are there, and sometimes girls do take these pills to either advance their menstrual cycle or push their menstrual cycle, which is not a healthy habit to do. But some athletes really have lot of painful periods. In that, they can take some medication or paracetamol can be taken by them. Otherwise, if you have heard of a concept called as seed cycling, which according to the follicular phase and two phases, luteal phase, you can use that method as a easy way to regulate your menstrual cycle, and it has shown some good results in case of athletes. From practical experience, I'm telling you, I've used it in many of my female athletes, and it has worked very well. So I would like to ask Abhirami and Ashwini if they have anything to say apart from this, because we have covered most of the aspects, and if any student has a question, you can ask. What, Abhirami, do you have anything to say?
No, ma'am, she has covered all the topic. I mean, this session, and today we have covered whole vast topic.
Yes.
So I don't have any.
Yes, yes. So I think it was.
One suggestions. One suggestion is there, ma'am, for female athletes for chota pains and all. Don't go for the medicine. That's from my side as a suggestion. Like periods में थोड़ी भी दर्द है तो हफ्तास पास खाने के लिए वो आदत है. But थोड़ा we can just if you can control your pain, then it will be far better.
Yeah, and it's a passing phase actually, so you should not brood over it a lot. If you start thinking too much, then it will start paining more. So it is just let go of that particular thing and don't go in for any medications. So I think all of us as females need to inculcate the habit of exercising regularly, and that will solve all the problems. So, Suti has already emphasized the importance of exercising and why we need to do exercise every day and without any fail. I will tell you, my mother in law, she will never ever miss her yoga session. Come what may, even if it is raining very heavily, she take her umbrella and she will go to that hall with her friends. So she never misses. So if she can do all this at the age of 75 years, I think all of us should be doing it.
Many of our students have this PCOS and irregular menstruation. So can you throw some light on that seed cycle?
So there are certain seeds like sunflower seeds, flax seeds are used in, and this pumpkin seeds are used in. You will find that exact details. So in the from first to 14th day, you can use sunflower, flax seed, and till seeds as a combination, and then you can move to pumpkin seed and other seeds which are there, till seeds and exact I don't remember as of now. So that seed cycling you can do, that will help in getting the estrogen and progesterone levels right, and it helps in proper ovulation. So that is the thing that you can do, so that so in traditional edible gums are basically used for in during the lactation period also we use, and there is something called as kathla dink, that is kathla gum is also there, which will actually strengthen your bones. Even methi seeds are very useful for their properties. Garden cress seed is something which works like magic for iron. Iron deficiency is very common in girls, but garden cress seed in Maharashtra we make garden cress seed laddus, and it's a very common preparation for us. So with coconut and garden cress and little amount of ghee, or ghee is also not required, only and jaggery. So huh, which one? Niger seeds is with that we make chutney. So that is also a good source of iron and calcium. Till seeds and Niger seeds and a little amount of tamarind is added. Drumstick leaves are very good for adding iron into your diet. So there are some wealth of no, foods are already there. Functional foods are there which we can add in our daily. Huh. Yes, yes. I'll give. I at the moment I can't remember. Yes, yes, definitely. Any other question?
As we come to the end of this insightful discussion, I would like to extend a heartfelt thank you to Dr. Geetanjali Bide ma'am, Dr. Ashwini Shivaprasad ma'am, and Abhirami Shivaprasad ma'am, Miss Ashwini Mohandas ma'am, for sharing their valuable expertise and perspectives on sports nutrition for young athletes, concerns and challenges. I would like to thank our audience for your active engagement and participation. Once again, thank you. On 25th September 2024, a pre-workshop session titled Nutrition Assessment of Athletes, the ABC approach, was organized by the Sports and Fitness Nutrition Club of the Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences in collaboration with the Assistant Director of Physical Education at Sri Satyasai Institute of Higher Learning, Anantapur campus. The session addressed the nutritional challenges faced by young female athletes from local colleges, providing valuable insights into maintaining optimal health and performance. Now, let's take a moment to watch a video that captures the key highlights of this impactful session, combining moments of learning, interaction, and enthusiasm shared by all participants. We are now moving to the prize distribution for the competition titled Recharge and Power Up, organized by the Sports and Fitness Nutrition Club of the Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences. The competition was held on 21st September 2024. The third BSc FNS students who are undergoing a course on sports nutrition actively participated in this competition. They they formulated and presented different types of ergogenic aids for the athletes. I would like to invite Dr. Geetanjali Bide ma'am to kindly give away the prizes. The first prize goes to Team Utsaha, and the participants are Avni S. Biju and Anaga HS. Their product name was Energy Delight, which was a smoothie. Second prize is awarded to Team Krida, and the participants are V. Srividya, Lu Sai Preeta, and Sai Vani. The product name is Power Up, and it's an energy bar. And the third prize goes to Team Lakshyam. Participants are G. Rakshita, Bhavna Jidaga, and V. Rugvedi Annapurna. Their product name was Zesty Zinc. It's a recharge drink. Congratulations to all the winners for their outstanding efforts. Now the further proceedings will be taken over by Giovanni.
Om Shri Sairam. It is my privilege to introduce Dr. M. Meera to deliver the valedictory address. Dr. Meera Manika Vachagan graduated from SSS IHL ATP campus with a BSc in Home Science and then her MSc in Food Science and Nutrition. She joined the department as a lecturer in 1996. She pursued a PG diploma in preventative and promotive healthcare at Apollo Hospitals Educational Research Foundation, Hyderabad, a PG diploma in geriatric care at KMM Academy of Health Sciences, Kerala, and food safety supervisor in catering, level 2 by FSSAI. Madam got her doctorate degree in food science and nutrition from Sri Venkateshwara University, Tirupati, Andhra Pradesh. Besides being actively involved in research work, apart from full-time teaching, Madam is the chief warden at Sri Satyasai Women's Hostel. As a warden, Madam not only manages daily operations, but also nurtures the aspirations of every individual under her care. Just as a coach strategizes to enhance performance on the field, Madam fosters an environment where each individual can thrive physically, mentally, and spiritually. Please join me in welcoming Dr. M. Meera to the stage to deliver today's valedictory address.
Thank you very much for the kind words. Om Sri Sai Ram. Offering my pranams at the lotus feet of our most beloved Lord, my greetings to the distinguished guests, experts, academicians, faculty members, participants, and students. I am indeed delighted to participate in the validatory function of the workshop on achieving peak performance, evidence-based strategies in sports nutrition and fitness. It is our honor itself to honor this beautiful audience who gathered here in this valedictory session of the day's long workshop. I am extremely honored to welcome keynote speaker, Dr. Gitanjali, and other speakers of the day, Dr. Abhirami, Ms. Ashwini Mohandas, and Ms. Stuti Pahuja, for taking time out from your busy schedule. A very warm good evening and wholehearted welcome to each one of you assembled here and participating physically and also online. Needless to say that the organizing committee made extraordinary effort for the success of the program and hopes that the discussion enriched participants' mind, and I extend a warm welcome to all of them. In athletic performance, where milliseconds, millimeters, and high pressure decisions make all the difference to the outcome, athletes relentlessly pursue every possible avenue to gain a competitive edge. While rigorous training regimes and natural talent undoubtedly play a vital role. One underestimates the factor that can significantly impact performance is nutrition. Sports nutritionists work closely with athletes to develop customized nutrition plans that support their training, performance, and recovery goals. They take into account factors such as athletes' sport, training intensity, body composition, personal preferences in order to create a plan that meets their specific needs. The importance of individualized or personalized dietary advice is becoming increasingly recognized, with dietary strategies varying according to the individual athlete's sports, personal goals, and and also food preferences. Athlete includes individuals competing in a range of sports such as strength and power, such as weightlifting, team sports like football, volleyball, etc., and endurance like marathon running. The use of dietary supplements can also enhance performance, provided these are used appropriately as per the need. A well-known professor, Ron Magan, summarizes that nutrition is not a shortcut to success, but it is a fundamental pillar upon which athletic performance is built. This message is well known in elite sport, but every day it amazes to see how many athletes take their nutrition preparation for granted. There is still a perception that people will just figure it out themselves. Yet, when it comes to sports science, strength and conditioning, or technical expertise in sports, people accept they need support and guidance to be successful in the event. Peak performance is a mindset that guides the athlete's choices, decisions, and actions in everyday life. Peak performers are not necessarily more talented than other athletes, but they are just more committed to their best every single day. The 4 C's of sports psychology are confidence, control, commitment, and concentration. These are all important qualities that athletes need in order to perform to their best. It is also something that requires continued attention to ensure optimum performance both in competition as well as in day-to-day life. Tiger Woods, a golfer and a golfing league, underscores that role of nutrition in sustaining focus and concentration during grueling tournaments, stating, in golf, mental sharpness is as crucial as physical prowess. Proper nutrition is essential for maintaining the mental clarity needed to excel under pressure. LeBron James, a basketball icon known for his meticulous approach to nutrition, credits his longevity and sustained excellence to his commitment to fueling his body optimally. He asserts nutrition is a crucial part of his regime. It's not just about what you do on the court, but it is also about how you take care of the body off the court. Ronaldo, a footballer renowned for his unparalleled athleticism, emphasizes the importance of dietary discipline in achieving peak performance, stating, your body is the most important tool as an athlete. You have to fuel it right to perform to your best. Roger Federer, the tennis maestro, emphasizes the symbiotic relationship between nutrition and performance, emphasizes on eating healthy and keeping a balanced diet for physical health, but also for mental well-being and performance on the court. Athletes can achieve peak performance by taking care of their body and mind, and by training their minds and bodies to perform at their best by doing mental training. In order to stay focused and motivated to achieve peak performance, developing mental toughness, strength training to achieve the power and explosiveness that is needed to excel in their sport, flexibility exercises for maintaining muscle mass balance, affirmations to help athletes build confidence and motivation, and also cognitive support cognitive sports training in order to improve skill performance, mood, mental resilience, and also decision making capabilities. Quality sleep is also necessary, and having rest days is important, and pre and post stretching workouts, supplements in order to achieve optimum performance, and good workout routine is essential. It is said that champions keep playing until they get it right. This is only possible with positive mindset, fostering determination, resilience, and also self-belief. The best example is Michael Jordan, legendary basketball player who had missed over 9,000 shots in his career, lost almost 300 games, and 26 times he missed games winning shot. Failed over and over again in his life, but he never gave up. Always he thought, living on the principle of can accept failure but cannot accept trying. Michael Jordan scripted one of the best failure to success stories as he went on to become the best player in the history of sport with sheer grit and determination. Usain Bolt's legend as one of the world's best athletes is not just his speed, but also his enthusiasm and inspiration. His success is a credit to his skill, hard work, and self belief. Serena Williams has ruled tennis for decades. Her strong game, mental tenacity, and extraordinary agility have won her 23 Grand Slam single titles and many more trophies. Williams overcame the emotional and professional obstacles throughout the career. Her perseverance, dedication, and love for the game inspire many young players over the world. Simon Biles is the most decorated gymnast in history of gymnastics for winning 11 Olympic medals and also 30 world championship medals, including 23 gold medals, 4 silver medals, and 3 bronze medals due to her strength, accuracy, and athleticism. She overcame the challenges and advocated her sports reform to success. Biles tales pushes athletes to exceed their limitations and accept their individuality and prioritize mental and physical health. In a nutshell, we can say the key strategies to achieve peak performance and successful results are the takeaway points are set clear goals for outstanding performance, adapt regular feedback and recognition, create a culture of ongoing learning and growth, measure your performance, overcome resistance to change, gain leadership support, and also make the most of limited resources. Now, the time has come to draw a curtain to our program as we come close it with the complete participation of scholars, resource persons, faculty, and students concerned. I hope the deliberations and exchange and provocative discussions have enriched the minds and can make use of it for the future implementation in the respective fields. I am quite convinced that you have been able to share and learn useful skills and knowledge and explored in the field of sports nutrition and fitness. Congratulating all the participants for the successful completion of the program. Now, I also thank the organizing committee for their extraordinary efforts in making the program a success and hope the discussions enriched participants' minds. Wishing you all a very happy, prosperous, productive, and creative way to achieve peak performance in your daily and professional life. I end with Bhagavan, Sri Satya Sai Baba's quote to ponder. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a sacrifice, offer it. Life is love, enjoy it. Jai Sai Ram.
Thank you so much, madam, for your insightful and inspiring valedictory address. Your words have beautifully encapsulated the essence of today's discussions and provided a thoughtful conclusion to this event. We truly appreciate your time and wisdom and for being a part of this special occasion. As we have reached the end of this enlightening and impactful national workshop on achieving peak performance, evidence based strategies in sports nutrition and fitness, I have the privilege of giving today's vote of thanks. First and foremost, our collective gratitude to the Founder Chancellor for his shower of blessings and giving us yet another opportunity for academic growth. To our Director, Professor Rani PL, for providing an ever willingness to enhance learning with workshops such as this one. Our thanks goes to Dr. M. Shrejaya, Head of the Department of Food and Nutritional Sciences, for being a constant source of guidance throughout this event. Special thanks to Professor Pallav Kumar Barua Sir, Dean of Sciences, SSSIHL, for his insightful introductory remarks. Sir's words provided an excellent context for the discussions that followed. A special mention goes to Dr. Gitanjali Bide ma'am. Your expertise has given us valuable insights into optimizing athletic performance through nutrition. We deeply appreciate your time and contributions, madam. We extend our thanks to Dr. Abhirami Sivaprasad. Your knowledge on this subject provided crucial insights into athletic care. Our sincere thanks to Ms. Ashwini Mohandas, ma'am. Your talk shed light on the unique needs of athletic success. We are also grateful to Ms. Stuti Pahuja, ma'am, for sharing practical strategies to enhance health and fitness with exercise. To Ms. K. Hemlata, the Assistant Director of Physical Education, for her support forevermore. We thank Jawaharlal Nehru Technical University, KSN College for Girls, and Government Arts College Anantapur for their active participation in this workshop. A big thank you to the technical team for the seamless handling of the logistics, ensuring that everything, both online and offline aspects of this event, went off without a hitch. Operations, the publications department.
Om Jai Jagadish Hare Omkar Rupa Jai Sai Mahadeva Satya Sai Mahadeva Mangalarati Andko Mangalarati Andko Mandara Giridhari Om Jai Jagadish Hare Narayana Narayana Satya Narayana 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 Satya Narayana Narayana Satya Narayana Narayana Om Jai Sadguru Deva Narayana Narayana Satya Narayana 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 Satya Narayana Narayana Satya Narayana Narayana Om Jai Sadguru Deva Narayana Narayana Satya Narayana 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 Satya Narayana Narayana Satya Narayana Narayana Om Jai Sadeva Shanti 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 Yoga Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Yoga Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Yoga Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu Shanti, Shanti.
जय बोलो भगवान श्री सत्य साईं बाबा जी की।
Sairam all. Everyone is requested to fill out the feedback form which is put in the chat box of the YouTube link. With this, everyone will receive their e-certificates for participation. Thank you, Sairam.